evening. I'm Scott Roberts from Global Edmonton.
And I'm Linda Olson from Global Calgary. Welcome to our special province-wide election coverage Decision Alberta.
It has been a neck-and-neck race between the two leaders trying to turn the page on their political legacies. But tonight, it is Albertans who will have the final say on whether it will be Danielle Smith and the UCP or Rachel Notley and the NDP forming government.
The polls have just closed, and we are expecting the first results in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
And you can count on us to bring you all the results and analysis wherever you're watching or listening. We are following the developments as they happen from party headquarters to key ridings.
Our coverage tonight spans the province and across all platforms, on television, on Chorus Radio, and on globalnews.ca.
As we look forward to tonight's results, let's take a look back at how we got to this head-to-head battle. In the right corner, UCP leader Danielle Smith, and on the left, NDP leader Rachel Notley. Let's start with Smith, who took her first run at the premier's job back in 2012 as leader of the Wild Rose Party. For a time, the polls looked good, but she suffered a crushing defeat to the PC's Alison Redford.
Well, folks, tonight we found out that change might take a little longer than we thought.
2 years later, a political shocker with Smith crossing the floor to join the Progressive Conservatives, a party that she had sparred with for years. But the move was actually a blow to her own political career. Months later, she lost her own riding nomination and bowed out of politics for the time being.
We got Barry on the line. Barry, go ahead. Your thoughts today.
She pivoted to talk radio instead and stayed at broadcasting until 2021 when she left Chorus Entertainment, the parent company of Global News. It wasn't long until she signaled her desire to jump back into the political ring, and the door swung wide open in May 2022 when Jason Kenney announced he would step down as UCP leader. And in October,
I'm back!
Smith won the job, setting up her next chance to ask voters for a mandate. So, how did Rachel Notley get here? Well, she was first elected as an MLA in 2008. 6 years later, she'd become the party leader, teeing up one of the most stunning election results in Alberta history.
I think we might have made a little bit of history tonight.
In the May 2015 election, an orange crush swept the province, ending 44 straight years of PC majority governments, a knockout punch to the party that dominated provincial politics for decades. But it wouldn't keep them down too long. In 2019, Notley suffering defeat as the right united under Jason Kenney and the newly formed UCP. In a rare political move, Notley stayed on.
And it will be an honor to serve as the leader of Her Majesty's loyal opposition.
And is now the only Alberta premier to ever take another run at the job after being defeated. And it's all setting up a head-to-head matchup between two experienced women looking for that magic number of 44 seats in the legislature to claim victory tonight.
The leaders' political track records have been a hot topic this election, and a main issue for voters has been trust. Over the last month, both Rachel Notley and Danielle Smith have been trying to earn back the confidence of voters, promising their party has the best plan to address health care, affordability, and strengthen the economy.
Let's check in on the campaign headquarters now, where party faithful will be gathering to watch those results tonight. Our Joel Senek is with Chorus Radio host Rob Breckenridge at UCP headquarters in Calgary.
Joel, what's the mood like there tonight?
Well, the mood, Linda, so far, still pretty relaxed. The doors are now open. Some people have come in. Some of the seats are starting to fill up behind Rob and I. You know, 4 years ago, this headquarters, it was a party, Rob, a celebration. What do the UCP need to do tonight to have that same party?
Yeah, to use some bad puns here, we're at the Big Four. It's going to be a big 4 hours to get to the Big Four for the 44-seat majority. They got 23 of the 26 seats in Calgary, the UCP does. They know they're going to lose some of those seats. The question is, how much can they afford to lose? How big do those NDP gains need to be? You know, the experts say the NDP are going to have to get to at least 15 or 16. So can the UCP hold off this challenge right here? This is Battleground Calgary. We're in the heart of it here tonight.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Battleground Calgary. Is there one or two ridings you're really looking at tonight?
Yeah, there's a few. I mean, we got some cabinet ministers who are very vulnerable. A lot of people have pointed to Calgary-Glenmore. The NDP won that by 6 votes in 2015. The UCP won it in 2019. A real bellwether riding in Calgary. That's going to be one to watch. There's going to be a few interesting seats up for grabs here. We'll be following those tonight.
Yeah, a lot going on here in Calgary, really across the province. But here at UCP headquarters, of course, they're hoping Calgary goes their way. And as I mentioned, they want to have another party here tonight. Scott, Linda?
Thanks, Joel. Let's go to the NDP headquarters now in Edmonton.
And that is we refine Caroline Devaney with Chorus Radio's Shay Ganem. Caroline, nervous energy is a term we often hear right around this time of night. What's the vibe there right now?
That's right. Well, the energy is starting to pick up here at the Westin. We have about 50 or so diehard NDP supporters. No candidates yet, but we do expect them to trickle in pretty soon here because their ridings are pretty safe. I think they feel pretty comfortable. So
the ones who they think have it sewn up pretty early are expected to be here pretty soon. The ones who might have to sit upstairs and wait a little bit longer, but like you say, I think a lot of them will be here soon. But I think they're ready to get started. They've been working at this for a long time.
Oh, yes.
And Rob mentioned Calgary, and you take a look at this. They've got to basically turn at least 20 seats. We talk about it's a close election. It's a big challenge that the NDP faces. If they want to form government, they got to go from 23 seats to at least 44. He talked about Calgary. That's the battleground. They're hoping to pick up some in the Edmonton area. We know Edmonton Southwest. If they can get that and retain what they already have, it's a clean sweep of Edmonton. They're not picking anything up in rural Alberta, we don't think. So we'll keep a close eye on a few ridings in that so-called donut, and then it all comes down to Calgary.
Well, we know Rachel Notley is in the building. She's upstairs in a suite with her entire family. She'll be watching those results come in, and then she'll make her way here into the hall a little later. Will she be making a victory speech, a concession speech? We don't know, but this is just the beginning of a very long, perhaps.
Could be, right.
Definitely exciting.
Very exciting.
Yes.
It's great that we don't know. That's kind of the exciting part of tonight,
so
right?
Close.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see like everybody else.
We'll throw it back to you in studio.
All right, thank you, Caroline and Shay. Well, the campaign, as we know, is now over after a hard-fought race. With the polls now closed, the counting has begun. And for our TV viewers, you're going to want to keep an eye on your screens at these numbers at the bottom and on the side of your screen. They're going to change very, very soon.
Results for individual ridings will be on the right side of your screen. It will cycle through all 87 ridings all night long. And on the bottom, you'll get a picture of the overall race with the leading and elected seat counts.
And for those of you listening on radio, don't worry, we'll keep you posted as the numbers come in tonight.
While we could see those results any minute for at least one riding, there may be, or there will be, a delay.
That's right. In Rimbey, Rocky Mountain House, Sundre, there was actually a delay in the opening of the Sunchild Administrative Building, so they're keeping it open later until exactly 9:46 tonight, so people can cast ballots until then. What that means is we won't have any results for that particular riding until voting has concluded, so maybe expect results sometime in and around 10 o'clock or shortly after that.
We have Global's chief political correspondent here in studio to track the votes as they're counted.
David Aiken is with us. And David, you are going to guide us through the numbers, the key ridings, the emerging trends, and really what it all means.
Right. I get to use the electoral map. That's what I got behind me on the touchscreen. Right now, this is the electoral map of Alberta. It's gray because we don't have any results. As soon as we get results, you will start to see colors, blue for UCP and orange for the NDP. Let's take a look at 2019. Again, folks, 2019. Not tonight. 2019, the whole province, except for Edmonton and Calgary, pretty much went UCP blue, and we expect that to remain much the same today. In Edmonton, again, this is 2019. As the folks are saying, it was all NDP in the core, except for NDP Southwest. That's where Casey Madhu is running. He's the deputy premier. He knows he's in for a tough fight tonight. But the real race is going to be down in Calgary. Here's Calgary again, 2019, folks. 1, 2, 3. That was it for the New Democrats. They're probably going to pick up 6 seats pretty easily tonight, but that will not be nearly enough. They probably need, as you heard Rob Breckenridge say, probably need 16 seats, turning 16 of these blue ridings over to orange. I'm going to give you 3 that I'm going to watch right now. We'll put it on the 2023. Calgary, Acadia. That's where the Justice Minister, Tyler Shandro, is trying to hold on against Diana Batten, a registered nurse. That is going to be a very close fight. Another bellwether right up here, Calgary-Bow, where you have another cabinet minister, Dimitrios Nicolaides, is running against Drew Farrell, 6-time city councillor. That is going to be a tough fight. And you heard Rob mention Calgary-Glenmore. That's right down here. Whitney Isaac is the incumbent versus Najwan El-Janae. Those are the 3 races, Acadia, Glenmore, and Bow. If the NDP win those 3, I would expect they're well on their way to 16 seats in Calgary and maybe government. If the UCP can turn them back, put up a blue wall, then Danielle Smith continues to be the premier of the province.
All right, David Aiken at the results board for us. Thank you, David. As we continue to wait for those first numbers to come in, we know a lot of people actually voted even before today. There was a record turnout at advanced voting locations. Over 5 days, nearly 760,000 Albertans cast their ballots ahead of Election Day. That's about 40% of the voter turnout from the 2019 election.
So what does this mean? Are we in for change, or is this a matter of convenience? Let's go to our panel to break it all down.
Yeah, we have a team of political commentators ready to analyze all of these results tonight.
And they are all stationed at the UCP headquarters with our Dallas Flex Hog. Dallas?
Linda, Scott, we are in the heart of downtown Calgary, what is being called the battleground in this election, and rightfully so. At UCP headquarters, so far a modest crowd, but let's see where the night takes us. Throughout the evening, we will be bringing you expert analysis of what mattered in this election, what didn't, what lies ahead, and what these results signal. So let me introduce you to your expert panelists for this evening. We have Jason Ribeiro, political analyst, political scientist Dwayne Bratt, UCP and MLA former cabinet minister and MLA, and former NDP MLA and cabinet minister Darren Billis. Thank you all for being here. We are all ready for a long night, but first let's go back to those advanced poll numbers, because typically, Dwayne, when we see high turnout for advanced votes, that signals a change. But for a number of reasons, that might not be the case tonight.
Not necessarily. Every election, we've seen an increase in advanced polls because people have gotten more comfortable in using them. Parties are driving people to use the advanced polls. It doesn't tell us much about voter turnout. It really is about convenience. There will be an election sometime in the future where advanced poll numbers drop. In that case, I think we can tell something. But I don't think it says one thing or another tonight.
Let's go to Leela here and Darren Billis now, where you both have stated on both sides the importance of getting those early votes. Why is that?
There is a great momentum when you see people heading to the polls. This is when the voter is the most powerful person. And when you see people going to those advanced polls, you know that they've made their decision. And then they may tell 10 or 15 of their friends also as well to go out and vote. So you can see the momentum building. We've certainly seen it in the UCP.
And for the NDP, I think they're very, very excited with this number. 750,000 of Albertans turned out in the advanced polls. The campaign was pushing their supporters to get out early. A large number of that 750,000 of Albertans are identified as NDP supporters. So I think the party is looking at this as momentum and hoping that it'll flow through the night.
We will see when we get those advanced polling results. Jason, what are you watching for tonight?
I'm watching for the voter turnout that's going to come non from the advanced polls, but tonight, seeing those polls now closed, we should have some of that data coming in. But I'm not hearing that there were a ton of lineups this late into the evening, and depending on how the parties have targeted their advanced voters getting their vote out, that could have an impact on what we see tonight. So as those results come in, we'll certainly be analyzing whether turnout in the broader sense had an impact on the election's outcome.
We have seen a long and busy campaign here, but Leela, you say one photo really says 1,000 words. Tell me about that.
So the photo that was taken the night of the debate of both Ms. Smith and Ms. Notley was really, it's a beautiful picture of these two incredible women that are trying to both run the province. It shows, I think, what Albertans want, which is collaboration across party lines, to see more than the divisive rhetoric that really has led throughout this election, a lot of the TAC ads and everything else that we've seen. So for me, it shows hope of what's possible and what will happen, especially because this is going to be a close race. So there's going to have to be some collaboration across.
Close race, collaboration across. We are watching it all for you tonight here from UCP headquarters in Calgary. Scott and Linda.
Thanks so much, Dallas. We are coming up on about 15 minutes in and no numbers on the board just yet, but we're going to bring them to you as soon as we get them. A great several political minds and voices on our panel tonight, and they're going to help walk us through all the analysis throughout the evening.
It'll be fun to hear from them. All right, we have our first results actually coming in right now. We hit it right on the nose, 8:15. We mentioned we would likely have our first numbers, and there you have it. The UCP is leading in one riding at this point. And we are going to go to Safe Kaiser now, who is live at NDP headquarters. Safe, you've got a special guest with you right now who is well known in the NDP ranks, for sure.
Absolutely, Scott. Linda, I'm here with Cheryl Oates. She's the Deputy Campaign Director for Rachel Notley, an advisor of hers. Cheryl, you know, we've been seeing you guys hustling for the last several months, especially in the last 30 days here. What really was the strategy of your campaign to get those seats you need?
Well, a couple of things. One was a really clear offer to Albertans that would solve the problems that they've been talking about. So fixing healthcare, making sure that every Albertan had a family doctor, making life more affordable by getting bills under control, and laying out a costed plan to build an economy of the future. That was really, really important to Albertans to hear that plan. And then secondly, we really got a lot of support from volunteers. We had more identified support, more funds raised, more lawn signs, more volunteers turn out than we have in any other election, and they are the reason that we are going to be so successful tonight.
Right, and you know, when it really comes down to the math, I'm not really good at math, but you know, at the end of the day, Edmonton seems like a pretty safe bet for the NDP. If you get 4 in the donut, I believe you need about 17 seats in Calgary. Do you feel like your message resonated with Calgarians?
Absolutely, and I think your math is pretty close. We are looking at winning the majority of seats in Calgary tonight, and that was evidenced in the number of times, which was basically every day, that we had people come up to Rachel and come up to our teams and say, I have never voted NDP before. I've been a Conservative voter my entire life, and this time, in this election, I'm voting NDP because they are the party representing mainstream Alberta values. And that momentum has built from day one of this campaign and before it, all through until E-night, and we're feeling really great about that tonight.
Thanks. That's Cheryl Loach. She's the Deputy Campaign Director for Rachel Notley, a Senior Advisor. Scott, Linda, back to you.
All right, Steve Kaiser live at NDP headquarters in Edmonton as we continue to watch the bottom of the screen here. This is the seat count right now, and it is going to continue to change throughout the course of the night. Right now, we have the UCP leading in 3 seats, 0 for the NDP at this point.
We'll go to David Aiken now to take a closer look at where those ridings are that are starting to pull ahead. David?
That's right. So we've got 2 in traditional UCP territory, 1 in sort of traditional, I thought we had 1 there. Anyways, there we go. Let's start with Peace River, way up north. Peace River right now, Dan Williams for the UCP. He has an 11-vote lead. That's all. Very early, just 3 polls reporting. UCP, Dan Williams in the lead in Peace River. Liana Pava is, for the New Democrats, is in second. Then, just outside of Edmonton, just to the west of Edmonton, Drayton Valley, Devon, Andrew Boychenko has a 17-vote lead over Harry Singh of the NDP, and we have 2 polls reporting right now. While we're in Drayton Valley, Devon, I want to zoom in on one thing. This is a really interesting little change for Elections Alberta this time. Do you see this corner up here? It says 2 polls of 38 reporting. You know what? There's been a change in the way the polls work. In Drayton Valley in 2019, there were 103 polls. There's only 38 polls here. Why does that make a difference for us as we're reporting the results? Because it means in a poll, there's now more votes per poll. It takes longer to count them. So if you were in a church basement last time around, you know, there's all those boxes. Each one of those boxes was a poll. It get counted pretty quick. But now that church basement, it's one big poll. It takes a while to count those ballots and to get them back here. Let's take one more look. I think we have one result down in Calgary. Look at this. I don't think this is going to happen all night long, but in Calgary, Buffalo, right now, with 1 vote in, Astrid Kuhn has a 1-vote lead over Joe Ceci. Hey, 1 vote or 1,000 votes, you're still in the lead. 1 poll reporting Astrid Kuhn over Joe Ceci in Calgary, Buffalo. Calgary, Buffalo, and Calgary Mountain View, probably the safest NDP seats there. But good job, Astrid Kuhn. You've leapt out to a lead by 1 vote in Calgary, Buffalo. That's how sometimes these elections roll. Back to you on the desk.
All right, thanks, David. We will have all the numbers, even the small ones, for you here tonight. As we know, every vote counts in elections. Again, very early on in the night. Polls just closed about 19 minutes ago, so these numbers coming in slowly, but they will come in much quicker in a short time.
Yeah, we're going to go to Joel Senek now, who is at UCP headquarters in Calgary with Global's Mercedes Stevenson. Joel, an early lead for the UCP.
Yeah, an early lead and a couple of cheers we've heard so far from the crowd that is here in downtown Calgary. Obviously, this election important for Alberta, but across the country, people are watching it. So we're happy to have Global News Ottawa Bureau Chief Mercedes Stevenson here with us. What are the federal parties, Mercedes, looking to see tonight when it comes to the results of the Alberta election?
Well, they're certainly going to be curious about how close it is. And let's start with the government's perspective. They're looking at a 2025 election, but it could come sooner. So they're going to look at what is the support for the Conservatives here. The federal Conservatives are obviously different than the United Conservative Party here. However, there's some similarities in Danielle Smith's tone and Pierre Poilievre's tone. So they're going to be watching what does that look like if we potentially go up against him. They're also going to be looking to see what it means in terms of their interactions with Alberta. They will have a very different situation situation if they have Danielle Smith back as the Premier than if they have Rachel Notley, and what that means for them on energy, on politics, and on really the tone of politics. For the federal Conservatives, this is an interesting test as well. If they win, that's a good sign for the Conservatives. However, because Pierre Poilievre has endorsed Danielle Smith, some of those controversial things that she said could come back to haunt him, show up in Liberal attack ads. So they have a bit of sensitivity around that. And at the end of the day, they'll all tell you that, well, this is an interesting election to watch in what it says about polarization, politics, the right and left, and the way that they're choosing to behave. It is its own political ecosystem here. It's kind of like Quebec that way. It's not something you can simply transpose onto Ontario because Alberta is just such a unique province that way.
Yeah, I wanted to dig in on one thing you talked about there, the relationship between Alberta and Ottawa. And that could change tonight, regardless of who wins. How could that be different from if the UCP are victorious versus the NDP?
So if the UCP wins, what I'm looking for is to see if Danielle Smith brings back the Sovereignty Act in force. It has been passed, but she's gone very quiet about it. Is she going to start to challenge things like the RCMP on collecting firearms or the federal government when it comes to emissions targets? That's a much tougher road in some ways for Justin Trudeau because he's up against an adversary, but it also gives him someone to play off of. He likes a good debate. He kind of likes that conflict. And so it's not necessarily a bad thing for him if Danielle Smith is elected, even though he's going to have more trouble getting his policies through. Politically, he benefits from being able to grandstand from that, just as Danielle Smith does. Now, if Rachel Notley gets in, it's obviously a friendlier relationship. However, do not confuse the federal NDP with the provincial NDP. Jagmeet Singh and Rachel Notley don't really like each other. They don't have similar platforms. They both think the other one is a risk to the NDP brand. But Rachel Notley would be easier for Justin Trudeau to get along with ideologically. However, her stance on emissions targets will be interesting to see how that plays out. She says she's for more oil and gas development. So how would she handle that relationship with the Prime Minister? And that would remain to be seen.
So many interesting threads here, not just in Alberta, but across the country. We're happy to have you here, Mercedes Stevenson.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Joel, and Mercedes Stevenson with some federal government perspective on what's happening here in Alberta. We heard a cheer go up there at UCP headquarters. Not sure if there's someone taking to the stage or if it's that we're seeing the numbers go. Now we have UCP leading in 6 and 0 for NDP at the moment.
All right, 6-seat lead at the moment. Again, very early results coming in right now. Let's go back to David Akin at the results board. David, what are you noticing as far as these numbers?
Yeah, it really is early, and Elections Alberta is using some new systems to count the votes and transmit the votes. And again, no one will have the results sooner than we will. Global News will have, nobody will have it sooner. Right, we've got 3 results now sort of in rural or small town Alberta. We have the UCP leading in Peace River. That's, of course, way up north. The UCP is leading in, pop it open, in central Peace Notley. That's Todd Loewen. UCP is leading in Drayton Valley, Devon. That is UCP heartland territory. We expect that those will likely carry through in the night. But let's pop in Calgary and watch this, folks. I think we have Jason Loewen has 1 vote, UCP ahead in Calgary Foothills. Just 1 vote has been counted, and it was for the UCP. And we do the same thing in Calgary Buffalo, where the UCP is up. 1 vote has been counted, and the UCP is ahead in Calgary Buffalo. And then here's Calgary Hayes. Rick McIver, 1 vote has been counted as well in Calgary Hayes. And we'll try and get an explanation. How can it be just 3 people have voted in Calgary? Well, of course, lots and lots of people voted in Calgary, and we're going to get those numbers as they came in. Rick McIver, by the way, he is the longest-serving conservative-ish, PC or conservative, whatever. Anyways, Rick McIver holds the longevity record on the blue team. Rachel Notley, first elected in 2008, holds the longest-term record for the orange team. Linda, Scott.
Thanks very much, David. A lesson right now, don't put too much stock in these very, very early numbers, as we just heard from David. Very few polls reporting at this point in time.
We're going to go now to Carol Ann Devaney, and who has a guest with us, Thomas Lukasik, who's been a vocal supporter of the NDP.
That's right. Look who I found, a conservative at NDP headquarters. That's interesting.
I suppose so, but nowadays anything's possible in Alberta.
Anything's possible, yeah. You are one of a handful of high-profile conservatives who have come out endorsing NDP candidates in local ridings. You said you are not an NDP.
No, and I probably never will be. But there are a number of us progressive conservatives who simply do not see ourselves within UCP. UCP no longer is a progressive conservative party, and there is no room for moderate thoughts, moderate platforms, and moderate vision of Alberta. So when you actually look at both of the leaders, Rachel and Danielle, by far we better fit within the NDP platform, and that is why looking at what they had to offer and at the stability that Rachel could possibly bring forward, for many of us this wasn't a difficult choice. We had to support what's right for the province.
So was there one specific thing, or was it that made you switch, or was it sort of a gradual?
It's gradual. You know, I had the privilege of working across the aisle from Rachel and from Danielle, and I've seen them perform as leaders of their respective parties. And with Rachel, often I would disagree on matters of policy, but we had the same common values, fundamental values in democracy, in the rule of law, independence of courts, and what simply is right and wrong, that sort of feeling you get in your belly when you know. With Danielle, she simply was always all over the place. You know, some of the things that she would come up with or say made you wonder where she is getting her information and her ideas from, and this absence of those shared common values that we have in Alberta. So, you know, I always applied the litmus test: whom would I leave my children with? And I would gladly leave my kids with Rachel, knowing that if something was to happen, she would take them to a doctor. With Danielle, she simply is scattered. She seems to be attracted to radical thoughts, and that is not the steady hand that this province needs right now.
So those progressive conservatives, or those conservatives in general, what do you think is keeping them with that party, and why are they voting? Like, why are they not switching like you?
You know what? After 44 years of same government, we developed politics of identity, and a lot of people say, I am a conservative, as if they were baptized a conservative. They almost see it as a religion. And instead of looking at platforms and who actually better reflects my personal values, they vote for party. They see themselves as such, and they see it almost as treasonous to vote for something that better aligns with their personal values. But there is that politics of personality, and that has to change. We have to become more critical voters.
Okay, we'll leave it here, and we'll throw it back to the desk, Scott and Linda. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline, with one of the conservative voices who has turned to the NDP. We want to welcome in our radio listeners as well and bring you up to date on the numbers on our screen. UCP leading in 10, NDP on the board now on your ticker with 2.
And we should tell our television viewers as well, the big story of the night certainly is right there at the bottom of the screen. Seat count, seat count, seat count. That's the big story of the night. But if you want to see results in your local area, we're going to cycle through all 87 ridings throughout the course of the night on the side of your screen. All right, let's go back to David Aiken now at the results board. David, you've got a little bit more information right now on why we're seeing just those 1 votes in a number of different ridings, especially down in Calgary.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been doing elections for 20 years. Never seen this happen before. It's really interesting. Let's take a look at Calgary again. You see all these little UCP are leading in, 5 or 6 ridings. There's Calgary Foothills, where Jason Luan has 1 vote. We talked about this before. Same thing next door in Northwest. Rajan Sawhney has 1 vote and is leading over the NDP. Calgary Varsity, Jason Copping has 1 vote. You're getting the picture. I could go on and on and on. What's happening here? Well, we just learned from Elections Alberta. Here's what's happening. Remember, you've got a vote anywhere system during advance voting. So if you live in Red Deer, but you were shopping at West Edmonton Mall, you could vote at West Edmonton Mall and it would count back in your Red Deer riding. Well, that's apparently what we're seeing here. 1 vote that was, in this case, cast for Jason Luan was cast outside the riding of Calgary Foothills, and this is Elections Alberta taking that vote and putting it into Calgary Foothills. So take everything you're seeing here with a grain of salt. There's something new, Calgary Fish Creek. Now, this is actually starting to look a little real. Calgary Fish Creek, the UCP candidate, Miles McDougall, he has 65 votes. The New Democrat, Rebecca Bouncel, has 35 votes. That's a 30-vote lead for the UCP. We have 2 polls reporting there. I want to pop in on the provincial capital, Edmonton. We've got a couple of results popping in and up, and the UCP right now are leading in 2 Edmonton ridings. But let's see if it's a 1-vote thing. Sure is. It's John Zadek, the Edmonton City Councilor, Edmonton Castle Downs. John Zadek has 1 vote, which is 1 more vote than Nicole Goring, the incumbent, has at this. Oh, pardon me. This is the tie. It's 1-1. It's like Oilers Flames sort of thing. I don't know who the Oilers and who the Flames are, but we got 1-1 up there in Castledown. Edmonton City Centre, David Shepherd has 1 vote, and nobody else has any other votes. So this is the way Elections Alberta is doing at this time, where we're ending up with ridings with just 1 vote early on. So if you're looking at the ticker right now, if it might say UCP 14 and NDP 3, actually right now the UCP's got about 14 votes total, not just 14 seats. So we'll take it back to Scott and Linda on the desk.
All right, thanks very much, David. Every election has its quirks, and this year, obviously no different.
Yeah, and that's important perspective. I was one of those people, one of those Albertans who took advantage of the advance polls, and I went outside my riding just because it was convenient. So it's interesting to see how it's playing out tonight. We're going to go live now to our Joel Senek, who has the candidate for Calgary West, Cabinet Minister Mike Ellis, with him. Joel?
Yeah, Mike Ellis here with us. So we got some early results. How much stake do you put into the results that trickle in here right after the polls close?
I think, as you've seen, Joel, I mean, we've had 1 and 0, or as high as 10 and 20. I think we need to see some more numbers coming in before we start getting excited about anything, quite frankly. But I will say, I mean, I am cautiously optimistic about tonight.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the mood behind the scenes amongst your colleagues tonight. How are they feeling?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a great group of individuals. They all worked extremely hard, a very diverse group. I can tell you right now, no matter where you are in the province as far as a UCP candidate or volunteer, they all left it on the table. Very excited about the work they did.
If the UCP is going to be victorious tonight, what one thing do you think is going to make the difference in this race?
Well, that's a good question, Joel. I mean, I would say that there was a bit of a turning point, quite frankly, after the debate. We really saw it at the doors. We saw support start to climb. And this was really exemplified at the rally, where we saw nearly 2,000 people show up, and we had people organically showing up. People from Calgary West were showing up, just saying, "I heard about this, wanted to show up and be a part of it." So very excited.
Candidate for Calgary West, former Cabinet Minister Mike Ellis, thank you so much for your insight.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Joel.
One of the many ridings here in Calgary that we are watching tonight, as of course Calgary battleground in this election. Back to you.
Thank you, Joel. And we are watching the numbers on our screen. UCP leading in 14 and NDP with 5. Again, we're waiting for a lot more numbers to come in. Those are low numbers to start out.
We certainly are. Let's go to our political panel now in Dallas Flexhog in Calgary at UCP headquarters. Dallas, you guys are talking about the path to victory for both parties tonight.
Yes, Scott. Just before that, though, I can tell you every single vote is getting a cheer here down at UCP headquarters. And on the other side of that, we saw Thomas Lukaszuk pop up, former Conservative. That gathered some boos in the crowd, if that is giving you a sense of what it is like down here at UCP headquarters. And on this campaign trail, we did see a number of political endorsements. Thomas Lukaszuk, former Conservative, endorsing the NDP. Stephen Harper endorsing the UCP. Do these make a difference, Jason?
I think the impact of them is overstated. Maybe it moves 14 votes. Maybe it generates a few boos in rooms like this. But in terms of shifting the outcome, I think the impact is overstated. You even saw former Mayor of Calgary, Naheed Nenshi, lend his vote to Rachel Notley a couple of days before the votes. Their tactics, they're used in particular ways, but in terms of hanging your hat on them, we saw this happen in 2019 with a few Lougheed-era folks endorsing Rachel Notley. Didn't make much of a difference there. I suspect it's the same case here.
And we will be talking about the lend your vote idea throughout the night, I'm sure. Talking about the path to power, former Premier Ralph Klein called Alberta the three-legged stool. You've got Calgary, you've got Edmonton, and you've got everywhere else. We know Edmonton is projected to go orange. We know the rest of Alberta is projected to go blue. That leaves Calgary in the middle, and then that little donut around Edmonton. So what have each camp done to try and capture those votes this time around, Dwayne?
Well, I think the three-legged stool still applies, but they're not equal stools, right? It's a lopsided chair, because in Edmonton there's only 20 seats. Outside the major cities there's 41 seats, and there's 26 in Calgary. So if the NDP sweep Edmonton as expected, and the UCP win 30 to 35 seats outside the major cities as expected, then coming into Calgary, the NDP's already down 10, 15 seats. So the math is really hard for them because the seats aren't equal.
Darren, you were a volunteer with the NDP campaign this time around, and you had a very targeted path to power. Can you talk about the tactics used?
Yeah, for sure. So we ended up, first of all, we tried to get candidates out early, nominated, banging on doors. I can tell you that this is the largest ground game the NDP in Alberta have ever run. So thousands of volunteers out nonstop. I think we were very targeted in the seats that we're going after. I mean, to Dwayne's comment, the path to an NDP majority, there's a number of seats that have to turn. Our path is a little more narrow, but the campaign has been extremely focused from day one. And I do think that having some high-profile former PC cabinet ministers endorsing Rachel and the NDP is there to give Albertans, people who have formerly voted for the PC party, almost that it's okay to vote NDP in this election because Danielle Smith and the UCP are not the former PC dynasty.
Leila, what have you seen in terms of trying to get people out to vote for each party?
Well, what's been really interesting in this one was seeing, because UCP has quite bench strength coming out of government, and seeing those ministers and seeing all of them actually really stepping outside of their ridings where they knew that they had strength and coming in and helping out with other ridings. So that was really, really wonderful to see. To speak about the endorsements, I think the important thing about endorsements isn't necessarily the endorsement itself, but it boosts the morale and it boosts the strength and the capacity of the parties that are running. I know seeing Harper come out and endorsing Ms. Smith is huge because he's a huge friend of Jason Kenney. So having him come out and do that, I thought it was really important to see that happen.
Well, it's still early, as we know, but UCP sitting at 17, NDP 5. Oh, Jason, final word to you as we start to see those results come in.
Yeah, well, look, the narrative has started to take shape. This is going to be, in many ways, a very clear choice for a number of decided voters. The question now is going to, determine, what does the undecided do? And when we're seeing turnout numbers come in, that's what we're going to need to look for. Are they staying home because they're unsatisfied with the options, or are they actually going to lend their vote, or bite their tongue, or hold their nose, whatever anecdote you want to choose, and actually make a decisive choice that's going to determine the outcome in this city and, frankly, the entire election.
And we will get those answers one way or another tonight. We know as those numbers continue to come in here on Alberta Election Night 2023. Scott and Linda.
All right, thanks to Dallas and the panel. I think by now, 37 minutes after the polls closed, we were hoping results would start pouring in. It's more of a trickle or a slow drip at this point in time, but as you can see at the bottom of your screen, UCP leading in 17 ridings, the NDP leading in 5, but again, some of those ridings just with a single vote or a handful in some cases.
And we're going to go to David Akin now, and you've got some early numbers for Brooks Medicine Hat, which is, of course, Danielle Smith's riding.
Beautiful Brooks Medicine Hat, absolutely, right down the south part of the province. And right now, the UCP, Danielle Smith is your candidate, has 13 votes compared to Gwendolyn Dirks for the NDP's 9 votes. And hey, folks, let's talk about the Alberta Party for a little bit. I don't think the Alberta Party is going to be a big factor tonight, but Barry Morishita, the Alberta Party leader, he's got 8 votes. So it's 13, 9, 8. UCP, NDP, Alberta Party down there in Brooks Medicine Hat. Let's take a look at some other places where things may not be this way by the end of the night, or they might be. How about this? In Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul, right now, Caitlin Blake, New Democrat, leading in Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul. She has 49 votes. Scott Sear has 12 votes. Now, we only have 3 polls reporting out of 27, but right now, the NDP, that's one of the seats in their column. As we look at that bottom number, UCP 17, NDP 5. Also, we go down to the southern part of the province again, start to bounce around, where Kevin Von Tegum has 19 votes for the NDP. He is leading. The Mayor of Claresholm, Chelsea Petrovic, she just has 2. And the Liberals, 1 vote there. So that is Livingston McLeod. We're putting that in the NDP column. Let's take a look at those big city races again. This could be a change that the NDP is hoping for. I see orange right now, the first orange riding, the first NDP riding in Calgary, and it's Calgary Climb. There it is right there. Lizette Tejada, she has 3 votes. versus Jeremy Nixon, a cabinet minister, has 1 vote. So 3-1 in Calgary-Klein. It's hockey night in Canada. Can we use that here on Global? I guess we can. 3-1 is the score right now in Calgary-Klein. You know, all elections authorities across the country are trying to figure out how to count ballots differently. And one of the things they're struggling with often is they can't get people to work at ballot counting centers. I think after tonight, Elections Alberta is going to probably go back to the drawing board. Scott, what did you say it was? 40 minutes now into election night, and we're 3-1 in the city, in a major riding in the province's biggest city.
Yeah, it's quite a process. Well, now we see a big jump in the numbers on our ticker there. UCP, oh my goodness.
Well, we don't know how many, again.
As soon as I complain, that was it. Here, Elections Alberta says, okay, what do we got?
All it takes is David Akin talking about something and change happens right away. Okay, so yeah, as you can see at the bottom of your screen there, 34 seats, the UCP leading in right now, NDP with 14. But again, we'll have to go back to David in a few minutes just to make sure how many votes are actually in those different ridings. All right, right now we're going to go to Safe Kaiser at NDP headquarters. And Safe, you've got a guest that was a big part of the NDP strategy for this election.
Absolutely, Scott. So this is Sally Hauser. She's the NDP strategist. She's been a big part of this. Sally, you know, we are seeing the UCP leading a little bit now. What could you have done differently, you feel, to get those early votes?
Well, early, I mean, we're talking about early results as opposed to early votes now. And it's still early days. You get some smaller polling stations come in. A key thing we're looking at right now is when do the advance polls actually get put into the count? The NDP had an excellent get out the vote effort in the advance polling. So I wouldn't read too much into the early results here tonight. It's still very early days. What we do know is that the NDP had an extremely strong on-the-ground game, what we call it, in terms of making sure we identify those supporters and getting them out to the polls. Much more motivated vote, I believe, than the UCP had, which was a little more reserved. You had some progressive conservatives, didn't know how they were going to vote, making their minds up. So, you know, in terms of getting people out to vote, I think the NDP's done a pretty good job here tonight, but, I mean, there's not much more to say except for the counting at this point.
Perfect. That's Sally Hauser, NDP strategist. Scott, Linda.
Thanks so much, Safe. And again, we want to tell our TV viewers and radio listeners that the path to power, 44 seats for a majority in Alberta, 44, and we're inching there. However, it's still very early. And as David's been telling us, a lot of these are just 1, 2, 3 votes. So this is leading at this moment in time.
Bit of a bizarre start to election 2023 here in Alberta. We are going to take a quick break as we continue to wait for more results to come in. Stay with us. You're watching Decision Alberta.
Dezelfde ketchup, stukken goedkoper. Dat is het voordeel van de supermarkt op wielen. Kijk gauw in de app.
Welcome back to Decision Alberta, Global's province-wide election coverage.
We are coming to you live on all platforms tonight, on television, on Chorus Radio, and online, as we continue very slowly to see some of these numbers come in from a number of polls across the province. As you can see at the bottom of your screen, UCP leading in 42 different ridings, the NDP in 22. Let's go to David Akin now, though, because David, you've been doing this for, 20 years now, election coverage. You haven't seen anything quite like this, where so many different polls across the province have just a single vote.
And I think a lot of our viewers who've watched elections for 22 years might say, well, you've got the UCP leading in 42, you've got the NDP back at 22. Isn't it about time we started talking about a government? I mean, you only need 44 for a majority. It's just impossible. Let's take a look at the map of Edmonton right now, and here's why it's impossible. This is Casey Madu's riding, Edmonton Southwest. Casey Madu is down by 3 votes. Folks, this is a long way from being over because we just don't have polls. We don't have any real voting ballast in, if you will. There's not an economy. So Edmonton Southwest, sure enough, we got to put that in the NDP's column, but Nathan Ip has a 3-vote lead over Casey Madu. And it's like that all across the province. In riding after riding, we're seeing 1 vote here, 2 votes there, and that's why at the end of the day, the UCP's up 42. Here's, as I say, here's the current riding map, and a vote is a vote. There's no question if this is it. The NDP, this is the NDP in 2019 in Edmonton. You see all that orange. This is 2019. Now we're looking at today, right now, 2023. Here's Edmonton West Henday, and this was one of the closest ridings in 2019. Slava Kravchenko is running for the UCP. He is leading with 4 votes. 0 votes for Brooks Arcan Paul. Brooks Arcan Paul works at Alexander First Nation. He's the council there. Little bio note about Slava Kravchenko. If you're a table tennis fan, Slava is from Moldova, and he was a world-class ping pong player. So if the ping pong vote is in Edmonton West Henday, maybe Slava's got the inside chance. But that's where we're at, folks. To be serious, we just don't have enough votes from Elections Alberta at this point in time. 1 vote here, 4 votes there. But still, the UCP's 42 up, and the NDP's got leading right now in 22. I think we're going to be here for a little while. And probably what will happen, Scott, Linda, is boom, the deluge is going to come in. That's my feeling right now. We're 1 vote, and then it's just going to dump on us very shortly.
I was just going to ask about that, David, so I'm glad you touched on that. Thanks very much, David, at the results board. As we wait for that deluge, that big dump of votes that hopefully we get a little bit sooner, and we can start telling this story of who will form Alberta's next government with a bigger sample size, which is what we need.
It takes a little bit of time. We're going to go to Blake Law now, who is at NDP's Calgary headquarters with a guest who's been a long-time, well-known face in Calgary, Calgary City Councillor, longtime MLA, Joe Ceci.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you, Linda. Scott here with Joe Ceci, the NDP candidate for Calgary Buffalo, the former finance minister. Joe, thanks for being with us. We've been hearing some hooting and hollering here in the room. I'm sure we're going to hear more as we come up on the screen. But talking about Calgary and how crucial Calgary is for the NDP, how confident are you in the slate of candidates and what you've been able to do in the election so far?
Well, I can tell you every one of the candidates we have is a mid to late career person, a person who has had a great career already, built a network, and are coming out to the NDP because they believe in the values, in the leader, in the work we have to do. It's great.
What was different with this election as far as the organization, the ground game in Calgary to get the vote out? Some people are excited to see it on the screen.
I can tell you this election, we have great candidates, like I mentioned. Our leader is solid. She has spent 4 years in government. She has spent 4 years going after the government of the day, and she's the only person with the longevity to be able to kind of share with Albertans what a better future looks like. That's what Rachel Notley's about. That's why I'm running with her. That's why we will win tonight.
Joe Ceci, thanks for this.
Not at all.
Back to you.
Thanks, Blake. Again, we're keeping an eye on the numbers on the screen. Leading, UCP 40, NDP 25. But those numbers, they tell a very different story because only very few votes have been counted at this point.
Yeah, we just got this number in to help you understand why we're not going a little further along with talking about who's going to form government. We just found out that in the entire city of Calgary, only 920 votes are actually being tabulated in this system right now. So that is why we are very early early in the infancy of the night. Just too few votes to really matter at this point. We are waiting for that big dump of votes to come, and again, hoping it comes soon. Yeah, so it shows who's leading, but as David's been telling us, it might be by 1, 3, 12 votes. Yeah. So we'll keep on that. We're going to go to Dallas Flexog now and our panel at UCP headquarters in Calgary.
As Dwayne was just saying, at some point the fire hose is going to open up and we're going to start seeing those numbers come in fast and furious, and we are ready for that when that happens. But Joe Ceci was just telling Blake at NDP headquarters at the Palace about leadership, and a lot of this campaign did end up on the topic of leadership. What do you make of that, Jason?
Well, look, I think after a tumultuous few years of leadership elections, having a premier that had won a 4-year mandate because they were so unhappy with the PCs being removed from office, now vying for office, it's been about the leaders. And after a pandemic, economic issues and the like, it's going to come down to Danielle Smith and Rachel Notley. Obviously, the campaigns and the parties have a great deal to do with that, but in a two-party system, the leader's presence and name is, I think, synonymous with that question of leadership.
Hard to talk about this campaign.
Well, and both parties have really emphasized the other leader.
Correct.
Right? So the NDP have focused on all the gaffes that Smith has made about, healthcare savings accounts and comparing vaccinated Albertans to followers of Hitler, and then the conflict of interest violations that the ethics commissioner brought in. On the other hand, the UCP is focused on Notley and her linkages with Trudeau, linkages with Singh, as well as the economic downturn that existed between 2015 and 2019. So both parties' ads are focused on the other leader.
Darren, I know you told me that was a very clear directive to put the message and the emphasis on Danielle Smith from the NDP camp. Do you think that was effective?
Yeah, well, I think, we wanted to do a couple different things. What the NDP camp did, they wanted to, first of all, ensure that Albertans were aware of Danielle Smith and the fact that for her whole career, she's talked about privatizing healthcare. Clips that the NDP played, the attack ads, were just videos of Danielle Smith talking and repeating them to show Albertans this is what her true motives are. At the same time, the NDP tried to position Rachel as that trusted leader. She's stable. You've seen her once for 4 years. In government. She's a long-serving MLA. She means what she says what she means.
The UCP would argue, though, it says, well, I'm running for now and the future, and Danielle Smith said, Notley doesn't have a good record from the last time around. Was that an effective message?
Well, and I think to talk about what Darren was saying, those gaffes, they're effective, but they've been overdone. And there's a point where, and if you're going to follow what happened in 2019, it didn't work. And there's only so long where you can be pointing out the difficulties of each other when you don't come forward with solutions, look about moving forward, and saying about just in the future. It's not just about the next 4 years, it's about the next 10 years and then 20 years. Where are you on energy? Where are you on the environment? Where are you on healthcare? These are all questions that all Albertans have been asking, and if you don't have a positive message, if you can't show that you've learned from your mistakes, if you can't show that you have the ability to be able to show leadership in all of these things, that's where the problem is. And quite frankly, the last time that the NDP went on an attack spree in 2019, it didn't work.
Well, did we hear enough in this campaign of those issues? Because we know Alberta voters came into this campaign saying affordability and healthcare very clearly were their top two issues. Did we hear enough?
If you look at the platforms of the two parties, with the exception of taxes, they look very similar. And that's why I think the focus is on leadership. Which do you believe is actually going to enforce the platforms that they have? Or is there a second platform that's over here that they're going to bring in after the election? So I think the emphasis on leadership is because if you look at the platforms, they actually look quite similar, except on taxes.
Okay. You agree?
Look, I think, there's always the intersection between politics and policy. Policy is not typically the winner in some of these contentious elections. It comes down to the politics. But I think, as Dwayne said, even that has led to a little bit of a non-interesting election. Of course, UCP have been stronger on the economy, affordability, cost of living issues. NDP stronger on healthcare and education. We've heard those things before. It's not how you can say them any differently that's going to make the difference. It is, however, I don't know how big of a defense it is to say, you're focusing on the gaffes and the shortcomings of Danielle Smith. She's given them a lot of material. And I think that's in and of itself going to play a specific impact in a few key ridings where it may be a bridge too far for that moderate or PC voter.
Well, only each individual Albertan knows why it's voting the way they are, but we will leave it there for now as those numbers continue to roll in slowly but surely. Reporting here from at UCP headquarters in downtown Calgary. Scott and Linda.
Thank you, Dallas. Yeah, we've been talking a lot about the low number count. Just a moment ago, we referenced somewhere around 900, maybe a bit more votes counted in the Calgary area. Still, for our radio listeners as well, we want to let you know UCP leading in 42, NDP 25.
All right, now is a good time to take a quick break as we wait for that bigger swath of votes to come in. You're watching Decision Alberta here on Global. We're back in 2 minutes.
Hoi, boekhouder. Wist je dat je je klanten sneller en beter kunt helpen? Verwerk administraties razendsnel met Snelstart. Maak het jezelf en je klant makkelijk. Bezoek nu snelstart.nl/boekhouder.
That's because the UCP have moved a lot on all these, cap rates, etc. It's whether it's believable. It's not about what's in the platform.
And how you
Welcome back to Decision Alberta, Global's province-wide election coverage.
We are coming to you on a number of different platforms tonight on television, Chorus Radio, and also online as we continue to watch these results slowly come in. UCP leading at 43 ridings right now, the NDP with 31. But again, very few results have actually come in from the polls across the province. You can see on the side of your screen, depending on which riding you live in, some are reporting hundreds of votes, some are reporting 0, some are reporting just 1 vote out of 1 poll. So we're going to go to David Aiken with more on how the results so far are breaking down in Edmonton in some of those ridings that have a few more numbers right now.
Yeah, you were just on Calgary West just popped up on your screen. Calgary West, that's Mike Ellis's riding. No votes for Mike Ellis, but it's a 1-1 tie between the Greens and the NDP. That ain't going to be how it finishes at the end of the night. But we have been looking for you for some results of some ridings where things look a little more real, if you know what I mean, where we do have several hundred people, and I got a couple in Edmonton for you. Let's start with Edmonton Meadows. This is where incumbent New Democrat Jasper Diol has a 984 lead, 63% of the vote over the United Conservative candidate, Amber Paul Matharu. This looks sort of real. We've got like, what, almost 3,000-4,000 votes cast. The New Democrats are leading at Edmonton Meadows. This starts to look a little more real. And Edmonton Meadows, I think the NDP would be the favored party in that part of Edmonton as well. Right underneath, Edmonton Ellerslie, Rod Loyola, the incumbent. Look at that. That's some real numbers, 794 votes. He's got a 400-vote lead over the UCP challenger, Ranjit Bath. So Edmonton Ellerslie, Edmonton Meadows, that's starting to look real. We're going to go up to St. Albert as well. Well, here's where we're now getting back into really early. 63 votes for the incumbent Marie Renault, the New Democrat in St. Albert, the UCP Angela Wood with 49 votes. Let's check in again on Casey Madu in Edmonton Southwest. Oh, It's now an 8-5 lead for Nathan Itt for the New Democrat over Casey Madu. When I say 8-5, I literally mean 8 votes for the New Democrat, 5 votes for the UCP candidate in Edmonton St. West. You can see there's still a tiny little bit of gray on our map. Let's just remind people that's Rimbey Rocky Mountain House Sundre, where the polls are not closing until 9:46 p.m. They had a problem opening them on time. They want to leave them open for 12 hours, so no polls right in your sort of central West Alberta Rocky Mountain House Sundre. So there we are. We've got a couple of ridings with, quote, real numbers, but Linda, Scott, we got a couple of, I'm looking on the, a couple of 1-1s and 3-2s and 8-5, and oh boy, I don't know what to make of this.
All right, David Aiken over the results board, and we hope we'll have some bigger numbers over on that board very shortly.
Yeah, you'll have to put this in your book one day, David. Yes. Quite an interesting election. We're going to go to Carol Ann Devaney now, who has David Shepherd, NDP health critic at NDP headquarters. Carol Ann?
That's right. I'm here with David Shepherd. Thank you so much for being with us. We just saw you, of course, you're leading in your riding. No surprise there. You must be feeling good?
It's wonderful to see. You know, when I was elected in 2015, I recognized that I needed to earn my place here in the constituency, and I put in a lot of time and effort to be out in the community, connect with constituents, to hear their voice and bring it back to the legislature.
And you're obviously, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just wonderful to see that's recognized.
And you're obviously very confident with how things will go in your riding. You were out in a different riding today that's a little bit closer, is expected to be closer.
I had the opportunity to sort of help pull the vote in Morinville, St. Albert today. I think Karen Shaw is an incredible candidate, very well known out there, former county councillor, a local community leader, farmer, rancher, and certainly heard from a lot of folks there that are just simply do not trust Danielle Smith and are looking for better leadership. And, you know, for me, helping out candidates around the province is serving my constituents and the people here of Edmonton City Centre. They've been very clear with me. They want to see a change in government. The work we need to see happen here in our core communities downtown, address the root issues of the social concerns that we have, that's going to require an Alberta NDP government.
Well, let's hope things go your way tonight. And thank you so much for being with us. And good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Back to you, Scott and Linda.
Thanks, Carol Ann. And again, a reminder, it's 44 seats to a majority here in Alberta, but those numbers are still early, and those are leading, and in many cases with very few votes. So we're continuing to tally the numbers for you.
All right, let's go back to Dallas Flexog and the political panel at UCP headquarters in Calgary. And Dallas, you guys are talking a bit more about a big issue in this campaign, which was inflation and affordability.
Yeah, absolutely. I can give you a snapshot of what's happening in the room, though. It is filling up. It is getting a little bit more lively, and they are still waiting for those numbers to come in. Before we get to affordability, just want to get one snapshot, as we heard from NDP critic there. Where did healthcare fit into this campaign, Dwayne?
So typically in most provincial campaigns, healthcare is at the top of the list. It's the largest spending envelope. It's provincial jurisdiction, but it wasn't in 2019. It was jobs, economy, pipelines that Jason Kenney ran very effectively on. Now we're back to a normal election where healthcare is at the top of the list.
Fair enough. Well, we watch what happens on camera, but we watch what happens off camera as well. And I can tell you, these guys, the Dukes were up talking about money, and there is an argument to be made on both sides about who owns the economy. But in this case, it seemed that the UCP really tried to own that portfolio, Jason.
Well, absolutely. It's the strongest issue. They poll really well against it. There's a traditional sort of, depending on who you believe, fact or fiction about conservatives and managing the economy. But in this election, there were the party platforms, which we've already talked about. There's not a lot of daylight between the NDP and the UCP, but it's also going to come down to who's more believable. And the public polling has shown the UCP is perceived to be stronger on the economy, even if the election platforms have allowed the NDP to move into a more credible position. They've got a few more credible candidates that have had that. Darren, I know you've worked in that portfolio as well. Whether that's going to be enough, I don't know that's going to carry over the line for the NDP to shift that into Team Orange for the economy versus a Team Blue stronghold issue.
Dwayne, we didn't hear too much about resource revenue this campaign. We didn't hear too much about the potential of a political suicide and a PST, but we did hear a lot about taxes on both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And the UCP came out strong on day one and announced a tax cut of about $1 billion, both in the fuel tax and, more importantly, under $60,000. Then the NDP dropped and eliminated the small business tax and also pledged to hold personal income taxes low. The dispute between the two parties, as it was in 2015, as it was in 2019, is around the corporate tax rate. Right? And the UCP is convinced that this tax increase will lead to massive de-investment in Alberta and job losses. And the NDP is going, wait a minute, we're still going to have the lowest corporate tax rate in Canada. Correct. So that's where the fight is.
Darren and Leela, I'm going to leave it to you.
Do you want to go? Well, I'll start. That if you're wanting to attract people to this province, there is a huge difference between a massive difference in tax cuts and a 0.5% difference, which is really the only difference now if the NDP get in and they change the corporate tax structure. It's still lowest, but by 0.5% versus the differences that are there now. If you're wanting to attract, if you want to build this province, we're attracting people from all over the world. We're bringing in new services into rural areas for healthcare, seeing doctors out there wanting to invest into advanced education. You cannot do affordability legislation, health, education, or anything without a strong economy. And we saw under the NDP government that went down with the corporate tax structure that they had at that time. So I think bringing that back in again wasn't a good idea. I think there was a real turning point.
So I would disagree with that. I mean, what happened in 2015 was the price of oil globally collapsed. It went from $127 a barrel to 27, which completely had a massive impact on jobs and on the economy. I can tell Leela and the panel and Albertans that companies that are looking to come to Alberta are not choosing Alberta because of the tax rate. They're choosing Alberta because of quality of life, access to healthcare, education, good schools. All of these things require investment of governments. And so, currently Alberta has the lowest corporate tax rate in Canada. Under a Notley government, Alberta will continue to have the lowest corporate tax rate in Alberta.
You can't have any of those things that you just talked about, quality of life, education, all of those things, if your economy is being attacked. We have to take a look honestly at where corporate is. For example, we have more women entrepreneurs in this province per capita across the country. You don't want to be attacking those abilities for people to be able to make a difference, have their livelihoods here. You can't, if you're attacking corporate tax rates, it trickles down into absolutely every piece that we do.
We're going to have to leave it there. This will continue off camera, no doubt. The economy, always a big topic here in Alberta. The cheers you heard behind us, is that because the UCP number went up to 45? But again, still early polling, still a lot of analysis coming down here from the UCP headquarters. Scott and Linda.
Okay, thank you to Dallas and the political panel at UCP headquarters. Dallas alluded to the big number of the night really is 44. That is the number of seats it will take to gain a majority government and form government here. As you see at the bottom of your screen, the UCP now leading in 45 different ridings, the NDP in 29. But Global News has not projected a single MLA actually elected yet. So that tells you how many votes are still yet to come in and how many polls are still outstanding at this point in time.
This has been a month-long election, and it's intense, and it's a lot of work, especially for the politicians. But at the same time, we had a provincial emergency, the wildfires. So David Akin joins us now, and you're taking a closer look at some of the ridings and Albertans who were impacted by the wildfires, David.
Yeah, and the wildfire is not just a provincial story. The whole country was watching, and it was just terrible to watch some of the destruction, some of the pain that people were suffering. And really, when we're talking about the wildfire ridings, this is the province of Alberta. You've got Edmonton right here, and really, sort of if you drew a circle as I'm doing here, maybe that's a little big, but you sort of going through there. And now I want to zoom in on one riding, and that is Yellowhead County. Remember, the mayor of Yellowhead County said, stop the election because of the fires, but we didn't stop the election. What's going on right now in West Yellowhead? My goodness, this is a shocking result. If this holds, Fred Kreiner, the New Democrat, has 1,562 votes. We're getting into real vote territory here, but that's just a 37-vote lead over the UCP's Martin Long. So again, this is West Yellowhead. This is normally solid Conservative territory, federally or provincially. Did the wildfires factor in here? Because we did hear some concern. The mayor of Fox Creek, right in the middle of all this, said 2 years ago to then Natural Resources Minister Devin Dreeshen, don't cut the budget on firefighting that would eliminate those special firefighting teams that drop in via air to small fires to prevent them from becoming big fires. But the UCP went ahead with that budget cut a couple of years ago. And so people in this part of the country particularly are saying, why did you do that? Here's another orange riding, NDP riding, Lac St. Anne Parkland, also affected by the wildfires. O'Neill Carlier is leading right now. Now, there's not as many votes here. O'Neill Carlier has 79 votes, but that's a 58 vote lead over the UCP incumbent, Shane Getson. So that's sort of the wildfire story at this point, but then we've got other places. Lesser Slave Lake, I thought if there was a riding that was going to flip, it would be that, but Lesser Slave Lake, here we are again, 2-0. 2 votes for the UCP incumbent, Scott Sinclair, and no votes right now for Daniel Larrivee, the former, the former NDP MLA from Lesser Slave Lake, but 2 votes there, but a lot of votes in West Yellowhead. So some ridings are getting it, Scott, Linda. You know, we've got 1,500 votes in West Yellowhead, and up in Lesser Slave Lake, it's like Scott and his, who was the candidate there? Scott Sinclair, I think it was. Pardon me. Yeah, he's got 2. Scott Sinclair and his wife voted for each other. And that's about it. So over to you guys.
You may have to ask her that.
Yes. Nice. Good point. That's a good point.
Just a little levity here.
That's a dinner table discussion, isn't it?
So you know, the votes are still low, so we can see. But we're going to show you a couple of ties, right? We're going to start with Calgary Curry. Nicholas Milliken, a minister, tied 1 vote with Janet Aramenko.
Yeah, here's a look at Calgary Elbow. 1-1 again. As you can see, Chris Davis there with the UCP and Samir Kayande with the NDP. Just 1 vote apiece.
And this is Calgary West. We had Mike Ellis on with Joel Senek just a little while ago, and right now the NDP and Green, according to these numbers, early on are tied.
And here's a look at Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo. Tenny Yao with 1 vote at this point in time. The NDP candidate with 1 vote as well. If you notice the theme there, 1-1. All 4 of those different ridings.
We're going to go to Global's Quinn Oler now, who is at a Nate Glubish watch party tonight. How's it going there, Quinn?
Well, Linda and Scott, things are very anxious, as much as they are all across Alberta. We've heard battleground Calgary, battleground Calgary, battleground Calgary. But many of the pundits that we've spoken to have said that these areas in the donut around Edmonton are also extremely important. The UCP looking to hold on to its 2 seats here in Strathcona County, the one held by Nate Glubish, the Minister of Technology and Innovation under Danielle Smith. However, the NDP pushing really hard their candidate, Bill Tanita. We've seen some very high-profile NDP candidates out here door-knocking, including the former health minister under the NDP, Sarah Hoffman, as well as David Shepherd and Heather McPherson, all out here hoping to get the NDP vote out here. But we're also seeing on the flip side of things, former PC MLAs out door-knocking for Nate Glubish, hoping to get the vote out for the UCP in this area. As I mentioned, the donut very important. The UCP in Edmonton trying to hold on to that 1 seat that they have. So these outlying areas that we're seeing in Strathcona County are playing a big role in what could be the next government. Scott, Linda?
All right, thanks very much. Quinn Oler at a Nate Glubish watch party tonight. All right, let's bring in David Aiken now at the desk with us.
I've come over to the desk because there's nothing going on over at the big screen. I mean,
you've been practicing all week at the screen, and there's not much to talk about yet. Now, it is 9:13, so yeah, polls closed an hour and 13 minutes ago, and we kept talking about, we're expecting this huge bulk of votes to come in very shortly, and we thought it would happen by now. It simply hasn't.
We have 3 ridings in Calgary that haven't reported a single vote yet. Let me run over again. I think it's worth noting. In most elections you've participated in, you've voted in, I've watched counted, you go to a church basement and there might be 8 or 9 tables, each with a box. That's a poll. Each one of those boxes is a poll. And it might at the end of the night have 100 votes in it. And it doesn't take long for a poll worker to count 100 votes. They send them off here and they show up in the screens here that we distribute the votes. But this time around, the way Elections Alberta has done it, in that basement with 8 or 9 ballot boxes, they've taken all those boxes into one big box. And if they all had 100 votes last time around, now we have one big box with 1,000 votes. And it does take longer to, and it's still paper. We still count by hand, 1, 2, 3, 4. But it's an hour and 12 minutes, and we don't have, somebody hasn't got Calgary Pagan. There's no results in for Calgary Pagan right now. So it's a little perplexing. Elections Alberta is being assisted on those advanced polling. They do have tabulator machines. It's still a paper ballot,
that's right.
Okay? But the tabulator machine, it runs through, it counts it. And the tabulator machine, the whole point of a machine, I'm pretty sure, is quicker results. But we don't seem to have quicker results yet. So There you go, folks. I want more results, just like I'm really dying for results. I need more results, but we're just going to have to wait it.
Yep.
We will. Thank you, David.
Okay,
we will
thanks.
be back shortly. We're going to take a quick break, but stay with us for our election night coverage.
Nu bij Beterbed alle M-Line Slow Motion matrassen 50% korting. Nu vanaf €449. Laatste kans. Kom snel naar de winkel of kijk op beterbed.nl. Coverage.
As we've been mentioning, we're coming to you on a number of different platforms tonight, television, Chorus Radio, and online. And you might want to start the coffee because it is shaping up to be a long night. And that's because these results have come in a lot slower than we actually anticipated. We just got word that no results have come in the last 15 minutes from Elections Alberta. So we're not entirely sure what's going on there. I'm sure they're trying to figure things out and trying to get more of those results to us so we can bring them to you.
And in some regions, the votes are coming in. So we want to give you a sense of what we're seeing when it comes to the popular vote. Here's a look province-wide. Right now, UCP, 53% of the vote, 43.2 for the NDP, 3.7 for others. So we'll dig a little bit deeper into that as well.
Here's a look at the city of Edmonton. Not a surprise here, as Edmonton has historically been an orange city, 61.2% for the New Democrats.
And let's look at Calgary, 51.9% for the UCP. That is a bit closer, 42.5% for the NDP, 5.7% for other. Could be Alberta Party, we're not sure.
And here's the story. Outside of the big cities, 68.9% for the UCP, 27.1% of the vote for the NDP.
We're going to go to Joel Senek now, who is at UCP headquarters in Calgary. Joel?
Yeah, thank you, Linda. Here with Rob Breckenridge. Again, we're waiting for the results to come in. The crowd seems to be waiting for the results, too. Some cheers, a little more muted right now. What do you think so far about what we've seen?
Yeah, it's interesting. We heard the crowd behind us here, and they get excited about results coming in, but that's kind of petered out as maybe everyone's getting a little impatient about the lack of results. But it's kind of proceeding almost like we expected, and it's early going, but it seems still very competitive. Some of those ridings where we've seen some results, we do see some close contests. But, yeah, Calgary's going to tell this story, Joel, and we're still waiting on some meaningful Calgary numbers.
Well, we can talk about Calgary a little bit because you get a chance to speak with Calgarians, Albertans on a daily basis. Based on what they have been telling you on the radio, what do you expect to see as we move through this evening?
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what comes out of this election. We're a divided, polarized province, and this election has really underscored that. If we have a close result, are either of these leaders going to be able to bridge some of those gaps? Like, where do we go politically as a province coming out of this election? So that's what I'll watch for in the results tonight, especially when we hear from the leaders later on this evening, how they're watching all of this and where they want to go coming out of this election. And can they try to heal some of these divisions in Alberta?
And then just finally, I guess we could speculate a little bit about results. When we do start to see some of these more finalized results come in, do margins of victory matter in this race?
Well, in a way, I mean, as long as you get over the finish line, you get over the finish line. And so, some of these races in Calgary are going to be very close, and so every vote's going to count. So that's going to be important. The popular vote will tell an interesting story, but, we may have one winner on the popular vote side, another winner on the seat count side. So that could be an interesting factor.
All right, perfect. A lot to watch for here. Of course, the results coming in. UCP headquarters, we're hearing some cheers. We'll see what the rest of the night has in store. Back to you.
Thanks, Joel and Rob. And we just have gotten word that results are starting to come in again, so we will start to see those numbers continue to adjust.
We certainly hope so. Okay, let's go back to David Aiken now at the results board. And we should let viewers know that, this doesn't suggest there's anything wrong with the integrity of the voting system. This is simply a counting issue at this point.
A counting issue or a transmission issue. So they're counting them, and yes, no issues around integrity. It's a paper ballot. There's going to be a record of how everybody voted. It's counting and then transmitting the results. I've got Calgary up in front of me now, and remember I started at the beginning of the night, I said there was 3 ridings in Calgary, that if the NDP take all 3 of these ridings, it's going to be a good night for them? Well, right now the NDP is not leading in any of them. I want to zero in on Calgary-Acadia. Again, not many votes in, but Calgary-Acadia, Tyler Shandro, the incumbent, he's got about 490 votes. It's only a 6-vote lead over New Democrat Diana Batten. And let's take a look here. There has been this graph here shows me when there's a lead change. Diana Batten started out with a big lead shrunk, and it has just changed to Tyler Shandro. So that is Calgary-Acadia. The NDP has to have that. I said the NDP has to have Calgary-Bow, but right now, Dimitrios Nicolaides, he's got 194 votes, and that's a 100-vote lead over six-term Senate Councillor Drew Farrell in New Democrat. And I mentioned Calgary-Glenmore as the other bellwether. And right now it is, yes, we do have a lead. Whitney Isaac, she's the incumbent for the UCP in Calgary-Glenmore. She's got 225 votes. That's a 79-vote lead over Najwan Al-Janay at 146. So as we start to look at Battleground Calgary and recognizing that there is still some, Calgary Pagan, it just got its seat, but look, it's 2-1 New Democrat over the UCP. We are in all of this right now. There's not enough NDP leading for the NDP to think that they might form government, and the UCP might be looking at this and saying, we just might squeak through if you're a United Conservative. They're leading in 51 right now. And go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, thanks very much, David. Some breaking news here as Global News is projecting the first actual elected MLA of the night, and this is happening in Peace River. Global News is projecting that Dan Williams will be elected in that riding and heading to the Alberta legislature.
And we can see there are quite a few more votes there than in some of the other polls that are coming in. We're going to go now to Carol Ann Devaney, who is with Shay Ganem at NDP headquarters for what we're seeing so far.
Yes, we're seeing those results come in with everybody. There were some chances. They were running through, some of those boards in Calgary, some of those ridings, as well as Edmonton. But I don't think the NDP is where they want to be right now.
I don't think so. I mean, you're hearing the cheers like you say they're cheering, but at this point, the results that they're cheering are pretty meager. We're talking a handful of votes in some ridings.
That's
so
right.
At this point, I think we were expecting to be a little farther along than we were, but I think you're right, Caroline. There's a bunch of key ridings they're watching in Calgary and some in Edmonton as well, and they want to see the leads established there. It's still early. It's still a lot of votes to come in. We're way behind on some of them, but I don't know if they're seeing the trends. I think they watch trends at this point in the night. Where are we headed? What are we seeing? And I don't know if they're necessarily seeing that emerge. Not at this point anyway.
Yeah, there's probably so much relief to be here at this point in the night after such a long campaign. I mean, it was months. but this is not going in the direction that they want it to.
Yeah, not so far, not so far. And you know what? I think you're right. This has been one of the more intense campaigns that I've covered, certainly, and being on the radio and speaking with Albertans and speaking with voters every day. I think there's been a lot building up. And today, I'll tell you, the phones were busy. Everybody wanted to weigh in. Everybody's been waiting for today. So, we haven't had an election that's been billed as close in so long. A bit of a toss-up, and people are so invested in the way things go in this. We're so divided and so partisan that people really are watching closely, and I think there's a lot of motivation. I imagine we're going to have a pretty good voter turnout, and a lot of people really anxiously waiting to see where this breaks tonight.
Yeah, well, the energy still good in the room.
It is. It
for
absolutely
sure.
is. Yeah.
Lots of people. It's buzzing, but we'll see for how long.
Waiting patiently. Yeah.
Yes, of course. We'll throw it back to you, Linda.
Thank you very much. Well, we can't say it's early. I mean, we're almost an hour and a half in, but in some ridings, once again, we don't have as many numbers reporting, but we are starting to get a sense, perhaps, of where things might be leaning in some ridings tonight.
Again, that magic number, 44 seats to form government, as you can see at the bottom of your screen there. UCP now leading and, well, elected in one, leading or elected in 51 different ridings of the province, NDP in 33 at this point in time. All right, let's go back to Dallas and the political panel at UCP headquarters for their take on these numbers.
Yeah, our political panel is eagerly looking at these numbers to see what's going to happen. Still no real answers yet. We have one confirmed elected, and that is UCP in Peace River. What do you make of the numbers so far, Dwayne?
I mean, they're gradually coming in, but it's been, an hour and a half. I can remember the very first panel I was ever on in 2008. We called it for Ed Stelmach 20 minutes in, right? And so what is going on? Are they holding back the advanced polls until after Rocky Rimby House Sundry closes at 9:45? Is that it? We haven't heard from Elections Alberta. So there's a lot of questions going on about where is the delay.
We are hearing some cheers in the background as people do still watch those numbers come in. No matter how the results end up tonight, we know history is being made. Two women facing off against each other as Premier has only happened one other time in Canadian politics. That just so happens to have also been in Alberta back in 2012 when the PC's Alison Redford faced off against then Wild Rose's Danielle Smith. So what do we make? Leila, I'll start with you about the history that is being made either way tonight.
Yeah, it's really interesting because if you think about it, I mean, think of the comeback for Danielle Smith, where she was when she was running against Redford, but also the incredible opportunity. I think, Darren, you were talking about this earlier, about what the size of the opposition is going to look like, right? You had mentioned something about that, but this is going to be so close. I mean, I know those numbers are not showing it right now, right? But it's going to be interesting. We don't really know what's happening, so it's hard to guess at this point in time. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, and I think, there's a reason that we heard a lot of cheers here at the UCP headquarters at the beginning, and then they've slowed right down because, everyone recognizes you've got 1-0 in some ridings. But, as per the conversation, I think we are going to see a tight race all night long. I think we're going to see the largest opposition in the history of our province. If we have a high 30s or even, opposition has low 40s, which is, once the results come through and Global makes its predictions, we'll be able to talk about that further. What does that actually mean for the legislature? What does it mean for the governing party? What's it mean for the opposition? But, for the moment, I think, this is really a testament of the hard-fought campaign on both sides, and we're going to be waiting with bated breath for a while more, I think. So,
Dwayne, you have the numbers. I think the 15-seat spread is the closest the opposition has come.
Yeah, to the first-place winner in the history of Alberta. So since 1905, we've never had a minority government, and I'll go out on a limb here. We won't have one tonight, but this will be close. But a couple other points. We've had 3 women premiers in a decade.
Yeah.
No other province has had that. And I think that is very significant, right? And I don't think we can stress enough what a political comeback Danielle Smith has. Mm-hmm. Whether she wins or loses tonight, if you would have told me in 2012 when she lost, or in 2014 when she crossed the floor, that she would be the premier of this province, that is remarkable, a remarkable human interest story.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, you talk about a comeback, Rachel Notley's trying to make a little history of her own.
Absolutely.
Trying to be someone who has lost a previous election after being the premier and now taking another run at it. What I'm interested about is whatever history gets made tonight, what happens to the leader of the opposite party? What does if Danielle Smith pulls this off, this amazing comeback, does Rachel Notley stay on? Her party is pretty in lockstep. But even if Danielle Smith wins and the margin is small, what does her future look like, given what her relationship is with the rest of the party? So history may be made tonight, but I think there's a little bit more history to be made after that, depending on the outcome. Exactly.
Well said. And then tomorrow, and then there has been a lot of speculation on both sides whether there is a natural heir for either party.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. I'm actually that unity piece, bringing Albertans together, whether it's an NDP government or a United Conservative government, is going to be absolutely critical in how government moves forward. So it's going to be very interesting.
We can talk about the comebacks from both sides. Talk about resilience, what that takes to just usher in on both sides, Danielle Smith and Rachel Notley.
Yeah, and imagine how the candidates are feeling right now. You know, with these small trickle-in numbers, it's got to be hard. I was elected by 8:15 p.m. In 2019. That's when our results came in.
Yeah, and I mean, both of you have faced the voters.
Yes.
You've had to sit there and wait for the results to come in. Now trying to put yourself in a leadership role where you have won and lost elections.
Yeah.
Right. What do you think Smith and Notley are thinking right now?
Yeah. Well, maybe, Darren, talk about what that feels like when you're watching these numbers and you're waiting and it's been an hour.
In the 2012 election, I won by 245 votes. So I was pacing back and forth in my campaign office, cursing at the numbers as they came in, cheering or cursing. But I think, the leaders both understand the numbers are coming in very slowly, and so I think nobody's holding their breath right now. We know the numbers on the ticker are going to change significantly.
And we would continue to watch them, but we'll throw things back to you for now, Linda and Scott.
All right, thanks very much, Dallas, and the political panel there making some analysis of the small numbers that we're seeing right now. But, this is democracy in progress. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer than we want, but we will get there. They're mentioning how the candidates might be feeling. I mean, I feel like there's some fingernails in jeopardy tonight, potentially given, which riding you're in. And as we mentioned, we are seeing some ridings with thousands of votes already in and others with virtually none. So we'll have to wait and see.
We've been talking all night and throughout the campaign that Calgary was going to be the battleground. So let's go to David now, because can you start to see a storyline kind of formulating in the Calgary ridings, David?
I suppose so. And again, I just took a look at Calgary West. That's Mike Ellis's riding. Here's Calgary West. So I want to caveat this storyline with, look at these results. It's tied. It's tied, and even though it shows up blue on our screen, it's tied. Greens have one. NDP has one. Calgary, the UCP has one vote each in Calgary West, and again, we're an hour and a half in. But if we look at the colors on this map, and again, that's a tie right there. If we look at it in the northwest part of the city, the NDP, I think, were thinking they were going to do pretty well. Their strength is in the northeast, and they have a couple of pickups where they're leading right now. In Calgary Falcon Ridge, the NDP is leading. In Calgary Cross, the NDP is leading. UCP is still holding on in Calgary East, and I thought Calgary East would go NDP. But right now, clearly, the NDP are not performing as well as they absolutely need to in Calgary. The UCP is holding on, and they're particularly strong. I thought Northwest they might be vulnerable in some ridings. But again, we take a look, again, I want to caveat everything. Like, here's a riding with, quote, a lot of votes. Calgary Edgemont, Prasad Panda, the incumbent, 29 votes, 90 minutes in. Julia Hayter, 12 votes in. So this could really ease. There's going to, at the end of the night, be 15, 20,000 votes cast, and this could easily swing back. But right now, the story is the NDP is not surging where it needed to surge, and that's in Calgary.
Thanks, David.
All right, we're going to go to Joel and Rob now, back at UCP headquarters in Calgary.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. So given what David was just talking about, Rob, did the UCP seemingly have a better strategy here in Calgary in your mind right now, or is it still too early to tell given the results?
Well, I mean, they're certainly in a good position right now, and you get the sense in the room here that the mood is starting to lift, and there's a sense that, okay, things are starting to go in our direction, but, some of the numbers that David pointed out, these are very small numbers right now. I did note one of the ridings that we've been keeping an eye on, Tyler Shandro in Calgary Acadia, there's a little bit more coming in from that riding, and it's very close. I think it was within 1 percentage point with Tyler Shandro. I think last we saw slightly in the lead. So that's an indication once we start to see greater numbers of votes, we are still going to see some close races in some of these ridings. But for now, like I say, the UCP are probably feeling good about their position, but I think we got a long ways to go here.
So Shandro, former Cabinet Minister Tyler Shandro's riding. Any other ridings as these results start to come in that you're specifically still watching tonight, and you maybe haven't seen one way or another which way it's going to go?
Well, one of them is Calgary Varsity. That's Jason Copping, who was the health minister going into this race. That's a riding the UCP or the NDP have held before. That's going to be a close one. I think last we saw there was maybe a handful of votes in that riding for whatever reason. So we have no idea which way that's going. That's another important one.
We have no idea yet, but we are waiting,
That's true.
and that's what's great about election night. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Joel and Rob in Calgary. Again, at the bottom of your screen, you can see the UCP leading or elected in 51 seats at this point in time, the NDP with 33. But this is going to take a while to call because we're still waiting for a lot of those poll results to come in.
We're going to take a quick break, so please stay with us. We'll be back with much more on Decision Alberta. Welcome back to Decision Alberta Global's province-wide election coverage.
We're coming to you tonight on television, on Chorus Radio, and also online as we are slowly getting these numbers in from Elections Alberta. And David Aitken is with us at the desk. And we're going to look at some of those numbers that are coming in right now as far as candidates that are leading or elected, although I believe we may only have one elected at this point.
Yeah, look at that. Just one elected. That's up in Peace River, where apparently they know how to count ballots quickly. Nowhere else in the province have they figured that out. Elections Alberta, that's the official word. It takes time to count ballots. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, 4%. That's what we're hearing.
4%.
4% of the votes have been counted.
That's right. And again, I hope it's not like, I hope that's a logarithmic scaler. Let's speed it up. Double it every.
You're bringing math into this.
I'm sorry to do that.
And here's a look at the popular vote right now. But again, with only 4% of eligible votes actually counted at this point, here's what we're looking at, 56.3 for the UCP.
And I'll take a note at that. Okay, so we probably can start talking a little bit about popular vote. At 56%, I think the UCP is overperforming the polls we saw over the weekend. Most of the polls I saw, high 40s, low 50s for the UCP. And if they come in at 56%, then they have overperformed. It means the Lend Me Your Vote movement that Tom Lukaszuk and others were trying to spearhead to get the NDP over the line may not have had much an effect. So that, I mean, it's going to change, but if they're 56% of the popular vote now, they have overperformed on that vote, if you ask, in my opinion.
Yeah, in 2019, it was 54.8 at the end of the night for the UCP.
And I want to pick up on something Dwayne Bratt talked about, that gap right now. Let's say it stays 50-35. That's 85 seats. We're still too short. But 15 seats separated the Liberals of 1917. 1917, the Liberals won, the last time the Liberals ever held power in this province, and they had a 15-seat majority. It's going to be less than 15 seats, or it looks like it tonight. So this, Danielle Smith, yeah, great political comeback, but she will have taken the UCP down. There'll be several UCP MLAs out of a job tonight, and they'll be down to the narrowest majority. But hey, a majority is a majority. You got 4 years on top of the, as the king of the castle.
And those certainly storylines that will emerge as we get some harder numbers a little bit later tonight. All right, thanks very much, David.
We'll go to Carol Ann Devaney now and Shay Ghanem.
Hi to all of you. Yeah, lots of chants and cheers here. Energy is great. Lots of hugs and yeah, smiles so far.
They're an excited bunch, right?
Yes.
I mean, watching and waiting. I think everybody's getting a little bit impatient, a little bit anxious, but every time a result is put up on the board that they like, they do cheer heartily, even if it's just, 12 votes, but they'll take it for now.
Well, I'm thinking of Rachel Notley, who is, somewhere in the building with us, watching with her family right now. It's probably just, it must be so, you just want more results, she must be so frustrated.
You're so close, you're going to find out very soon. It's got to be so frustrating. I had a chance to speak with some of the campaign officials down here a few minutes ago, and they're watching certain ridings. They're trying to see if any trends are emerging, and one of the ridings they're watching is Strathcona-Sherwood Park, and they're saying what we're seeing at this point, still very early, but they like the trend, and that is one of the donut ridings that they've been looking at as a possible pickup in the Edmonton area. I think they actually thought Sherwood Park was an easier pickup than Strathcona-Sherwood Park. It's currently held by the UCP and Cabinet Minister Nate Glubish, so it would be a big flip for them if they could pull that one off. So there's some encouragement there. It's early, but that's one of the ridings they've been watching, and they say so far we like what we see.
Well, they said in that riding specifically this morning that they had an overwhelming amount of volunteers who showed up at 8 o'clock to pull vote. So many, in fact, that some of them had to be sent to
other locations.
Exactly. So that's the situation they were dealing with there. David mentioned a little bit earlier that the storyline is the NDP not surging in Calgary at the moment. Just quickly, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, if there's one criticism that I've heard, and I totally understand it, I mean, a lot of this is perception with the audience and the voters that I speak to every day. They have some preconceived notions about both parties. And one of the knocks on the NDP has always been their anti-business. It's tax and spend, tax and spend. And I think when the NDP party came out with the corporate tax increase, even though the small business tax decrease didn't get nearly as much attention, I think, at least the people I spoke to, they noticed that. And they sort of said, see, that's what we knew would happen. This is going to chase more business, going to chase more investment. I don't know how much of a factor that'll be. This analysis will all be done after the fact. But I think it might have hurt.
And certainly feeding into that narrative,
that's
for sure.
That's the thing, right?
Yes.
People have these, they have preconceived notions about what they think about these parties going in, and something like that just cements that. Like, told you, that's exactly what will happen. So I think that might have been something that could hurt them, certainly in areas like Calgary, which corporate headquarters in Alberta, right?
No, so. Exactly. Well, they had 24 seats in 24 seats in 2019. They need quite a lot more, including in Calgary, battleground Calgary. So
3
see
going
what happens.
In, so they got a big hill to climb.
Okay, we'll throw it back to you in studio.
Carol Ann and Shay, thank you so much at NDP headquarters. We'll take a look at the popular vote. This time zeroing in on the Edmonton area right now, 59.4% popular vote in the Edmonton area.
Here's a look at Calgary, and boy, the polls coming into tonight said it was going to be a dead heat, and at this point in time, again, very early numbers, 49.1% for the NDP, 47.3% for the UCP in Calgary.
And across the rest of the province, this includes all the rural areas and outside areas outside of Calgary and Edmonton. 68.3% for the UCP, 27.4% for NDP, 4.2% for other.
All right, let's go back to David Aiken at the results board with a closer look at battleground Calgary. David.
Right, and just before we get there, I want to just pop in at Camrose, just south of Edmonton, where, that's not that one, it's right over here. Camrose, we have elected. Your Global News is projecting that Jackie Lovely will be elected for the United Conservative with 65% of the vote. Jackie Lovely, projected winner for the UCP in Camrose, 3,359 votes. They're apparently able to count them very well in Camrose. New Democrats finishing second right now with 1,300 votes. So I just wanted, because it seems to be so rare that we're able to project someone elected, I wanted to get that in there. But let's go back to Calgary, and I want to go back to one of those ridings we want to look at all night long, Calgary-Acadia. We've got another lead change here, and right now Diana Batten, the registered nurse, a 5-vote lead. She's got 500 in the bank right now, and that's 5 more than the incumbent, Tyler Shandro, who is at 495. So Calgary-Acadia, you know, we could be here till past 1 in the morning watching that. And as I chatted, it looks like Banff-Kananaskis has just flipped. We've been going back and forth here. Miranda Rosen is the UCP incumbent. She has 916 votes. That is a 217 vote lead. That's pretty good on 916 votes over Sarah El-Maligi of the New Democrats. So that's Banff-Kananaskis, and I think if I go this way, you can see this. We've had lots of lead changes here. It started with the NDP and then bound and bound and bound. So there we go.
David will step in and let you look at the screen here. We have Brooks Medicine Hat, Danielle Smith, Global News projecting, has been elected with 75.6% of the vote over Gwendolyn Dirk.
And remember, she won the by-election with only about 50% of the vote. That's right. So I think Brooks Medicine Hat voters going, okay, you're the real deal. We'll give it to you with 75%.
All right, there you go. Global News projecting Danielle Smith will win her seat once again in Brooks Medicine Hat. Let's check in as well on your other leader, Edmonton Strathcona. You're seeing, again, it's very early results here, but Rachel Notley with a lead of 44 votes. Again, early numbers, 74.4% of the vote at this point over the UCP candidate there.
So it's still early, but right now we have 3 UCP projected elected. So we're going to go to Joel Senek, who is at UCP headquarters for some early reaction. You're with Rebecca Schultz. Joel?
I am former Minister of Municipal Affairs, Rebecca Schultz, candidate for Calgary Shaw. One of the many ridings, of course, that the UCP hope to win in this battleground of Calgary. And we are here on election night. How are you feeling tonight?
I mean, I think as a candidate, you're always a little nervous, but of course, very optimistic based on what I've been hearing out on the doors. We were out there until after 7 o'clock tonight, door knocking, right up until the end. And then, of course, what you see here today, I think that there's a lot of momentum and optimism for sure.
There's been so much talk in this election about how it's been divisive. Do you agree with that characterization of how this campaign has gone?
You know, I do hear a lot of it when I'm on the doors, and I hear it from just regular Albertans who say, look, I've heard the ads, it's not true. At first I wondered, and now, you know, I just don't trust that. I want a party that has a positive vision for the future of Alberta. You're running on jobs and keeping a strong economy and affordability and lowering taxes. And I don't think that Albertans wanted to see more of that negativity. And I think that's maybe where we saw the campaign start to shift, I feel, in the last couple of weeks of this campaign.
So again, not a lot of results coming in. I believe one of the 14 polls in your riding is reporting. But if you are victorious tonight, how do you, if you go back to government, bridge that divide? Bring this province back to a place where we're not going to be divided from each other and we're more united?
You know, I think our party and our team has been focusing on that already. Throughout this campaign, we focused on our record. The last 4 years have obviously been a challenge, but we are leading the nation when it comes to job growth. We are seeing more people choose to call Alberta home. We've made record investments in healthcare and education and still balanced the budget twice, which is something Albertans care about. They know what it was like to have the debt paid in full, and obviously investing in community safety. So we've spent a lot of time focusing on what we want to do for Albertans, how we want to address the top-of-mind issues that they're facing right now.
Okay. Rebecca Schultz, candidate for Calgary Shaw, former cabinet minister. Good luck tonight, and we'll be watching the results.
Thank you very much.
We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Joel. As we start to see the numbers change a bit, we have 53 leading and elected for the UCP, NDP 34.
And once again, the magic number, 44 seats to get to a majority government in Alberta. All right, let's go back to Dallas Flexhog and the political panel at UCP headquarters. Dallas.
Yeah, we are just pouring through some of these numbers as they start to come in. Danielle Smith elected in Brooks Medicine Hat, Jackie Lovely in Camrose as well, and in Central Peace Notley, Todd Lowen with an E beside his name. What do we make about this so far, Dwayne?
None of those are unexpected. Those were all predicted. So what we haven't seen is a shift from one party to the other. And until we see one of those, or a battleground riding, there isn't much to see yet.
Fair enough. Barry Morishita, leader of the Alberta Party, ran against Danielle Smith, coming in third place in the numbers we are seeing here tonight. Is that just a hard riding, or does that reinforce that we are in two-party politics in this province now?
It was always going to be a tough slog for Barry and the Alberta Party. Now, the numbers in that riding reporting are quite low, which I think we're trying to wrap our heads around and see if there's any delay or if that's accurate in terms of the reporting. But this has become a de facto two-party province. And for anyone trying to come up the middle and say, we're not this, we're not that, it is going to be a tough slog as the rest of not just Alberta, the rest of the country, modern Western politics go into this very sort of left or right spectrum. And the challenge is we know that as a province we're not really like that. We are sort of more to the center, center left, center right, more moderate in nature, but it is going to be a tough slog for that party. Now, that being said, in particular ridings, if it is that close, 100 votes here, 100 votes there, let's see if it changes the outcome.
And I have a certain sympathy for the Alberta Party. They won a seat. Greg Clark won a seat in 2015, was a fantastic MLA. 2019, they're in the leaders debate. They ran candidates in every riding. They got almost 10% of the vote, but because they didn't elect anybody, that 10% will drop to 1% tonight. And that's too bad for them.
No substitute for winning.
We're seeing Nathan Horner capture Drumheller Stettler. Again, we're watching for some of those battleground ridings here. When we talk about two-party politics and where the middle goes, we can't talk about that without talking about all of the voters in Alberta who feel like they fall politically somewhere in the middle. So what has this election come down to for those voters, because it has been a tough spot for them?
Yeah, I think that's what Rachel and the NDP have tried to position themselves as this centrist, pragmatic party. Now, obviously, you ask a UCP member, they're going to paint the NDP as a far left extreme. The NDP would say the same of Danielle Smith and the UCP, although we are seeing a faction within the UCP of Take Back Alberta that is that far right, which I believe is part of the reason that moderate conservatives are feeling like they don't have a home politically. And that's where the NDP's really tried to appeal to them with a number of policies, but also, again, those endorsements from some high-profile former Conservative ministers and MLAs.
Leila, I have to get your say on that.
Yeah, I would disagree, because I think there's a tremendous amount of optimism. We saw a shift happen after the debate happened. We've seen record investments into the province. We've been very fortunate, of course, because of the way that things have changed with oil and gas. There's more money for sure for whichever person becomes premier coming up here in the next iteration. But we have to look at positive messaging. Like I said, the attack ads only went so far. They were only so effective. If we don't start talking about the people of Alberta, what they mean to us, we're so lucky to be able to participate and represent them. It's so much more than just the person that's sitting in that seat. We have this incredible province, this strong diversity, and incredible people that we need to represent.
Dwayne, if the NDP wins this election, 3 of the 6 government changes that have happened in Alberta will have taken place in the last 8 years. Is that just what we're going to see with two-party politics?
Well, it's just shown the amount of drama that has occurred. When I graduated with my PhD and started to teach, Alberta politics was dull and boring. Nothing ever changed. We would have elections, the PCs would win, then we would move on. But I would say starting in 2006, with the leadership race between Jim Dinning and Ed Stelmach, it has been chaotic for the last 20 years. And ironically, the only bit of stability in that time period was Rachel Notley for 4 years.
We will see what happens tonight. I know more results are coming in, so I'll throw it back to you, Scott and Linda.
Okay, thanks very much, Dallas, and our political panel. And you might have noticed on the side of your screen there that we are beginning, Global News is projecting a number of MLAs now elected. One that just flashed up was Todd Loewen of Central Peace Notley. He, of course, ran for leadership of the UCP, lost to Danielle Smith, but he is heading back to the legislature. So we're starting to get that glut of votes we were hoping would come in are coming in now.
And we have results coming in from all ridings. We're going to go to David Aiken now for more on that. David?
Yeah, and in fact, we just heard, I'll tell you how many votes have actually been counted. In Calgary, about 25,000 votes have been counted, 37,000 in Edmonton, and 92,000 in the rest of the province. So that is still like, what, 150,000? Don't forget, 1.8 million votes were cast in 2019, and we're expecting around the same now. So just saying, still a lot of votes to come in, but we are starting to see some trends. And here's a trend. I've got Edmonton up on the board. This is Edmonton right now, and that is solid orange. Let me show you Edmonton in 2019. You saw a little blue there, now 2023. So where's the change? The change, first of all, happening in Edmonton Southwest. Casey Madhu was the deputy premier. He was the only UCP MLA from Edmonton, and right now he is behind the New Democrat. Nathan Ip has a 108-vote lead. Mind you, that's on 383 votes. But right now, in Edmonton Southwest, New Democrat Nathan Ip leading Casey Madhu. The NDP are also looking at a pickup up in Sherwood Park. We talked about this one earlier tonight. In Sherwood Park, New Democrat Kyle Kosowski, he has 2,900 votes, an 85-vote lead. So it's very, very small over Jordan Walker, the incumbent UCP MLA. That is Sherwood Park. There was another, we also have one, we've got an elected right now. Let's take a look at that one. That, of course, is Edmonton Strathcona. And we are projecting that Rachel Notley, in fact, is elected in Edmonton Strathcona. And she is the longest serving MLA in the legislature. First elected in 2008, and she's back for another term. We don't know if she'll go for another one after this, but that's a talk for later on in the night. Last one I wanted to leave you with, also elected right in the middle of town, Edmonton Highlands Norwood. Janice Irwin is elected New Democrat in Edmonton Highlands Norwood, UCP finishing second. But the story up in the provincial capital right now, solid orange NDP with a couple of pickups right now in that part of the province. That really wasn't where the government was going to be won or lost. It's definitely going to be Calgary, but picking up two more is the NDP will have that. But right now, UCP are starting to pick up some more elected or projected elected as well. They have 52 now. That's certainly well over majority. And the NDP at 35, they wanted to do better than that at this point in time.
Thank you so much, David. Yeah, and those numbers, as we said, are really starting to come in now. So as you can see on your screen, there are starting to be more MLAs elected at this point. We'll keep you updated on all those numbers.
Yeah, keep an eye on those check marks. We're seeing more of those now as well. That it means Global News has projected a winner in those specific ridings. All right, let's go live now to Quinn Oler, who is in Sherwood Park with a former MLA, Dave Quest. Quinn.
Yeah, Scott, Linda, I'm here with former PC MLA Dave Quest. Dave, maybe just talk us through why it was so important for you to be here tonight to support Nate Glubish as he tries to hold on to his seat.
Well, Nate is my MLA, and this was my seat several years ago for 2 terms, so I obviously have kind of an emotional connect to this seat, so it's nice to see this seat. Looks like it's going Conservative again. I have a great deal of confidence in Nate Glubish. He's a friend of mine, and I think he's an outstanding MLA, so I'm just very pleased to see my old seat in good hands.
Were you surprised at how close of a race this has been here in one of these donut communities outside of Edmonton?
Well, I think the pollsters did a fairly good job is how it's looking. I mean, the numbers we're seeing coming in are fairly close to prediction, and you know, we knew that it was going to be tight here, as in most of the donut and in Calgary, for example. So no real surprises. I'm just feeling kind of a sense of relief. I'm a small business person, so I had a very difficult time as a business owner while the NDP were in government, and I thought there was some risk around that. But it appears from where we're trending here that we're going to be okay, and I think we can look forward to 4 years of prosperity in Alberta. I'm quite excited about that.
All right, thank you so much, Dave Quest, former PC MLA, joining us. A little bit of a delay there, so you can hear those cheers coming in as we came on the TV behind us. Scott, Linda.
All right, thanks very much. Quinn Oler live with Dave Quest, former UCP MLA. Let's take a look at the popular vote right now. Province-wide, UCP right now sitting at 55.9%. That's well ahead of the NDP at 40.2% province-wide.
And taking a look at Edmonton, 60.8% for the NDP, still a stronghold there. 35.3% for the UCP.
And battleground Calgary, 50.5% for the UCP right now, 46.6% as far as the popular vote is concerned for the NDP.
And the rest of the province, 67.8, UCP 27.7 for the NDP in the popular vote, 4.5% other. We'll go to David Aiken now for what you're seeing in the Calgary region. We've been keeping an eye on it all night. Are you starting to see a change? What ridings are you really focused on right now?
Well, if you're a New Democrat, you wanted to see a lot more change in Calgary. And if you're a United Conservative, you are pleased to see there's not so much change. Remember, this is where we started in 2019. You see all that blue? This is where we are right now. There's more orange. And I'm going to walk it through for those listening on the radio. What are the seats that right now the NDP is leading in? So let's talk about where I'm just going to run through where the NDP is leading, not necessarily elected. We start up here. That used to be the UCP riding, Calgary Falcon Ridge. It's now leading NDP. In Calgary East was UCP. It's leading NDP. Calgary Pagan, it was UCP to start. It's now NDP. And there's Acadia. That's one we've been watching all night long. It's leading NDP. Calgary Elbow, leading NDP. Calgary Curry, leading NDP. Calgary Varsity, leading NDP. So there's the pickup right now for the NDP. Count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of my little squiggles on the screen. So the NDP is up 7 in Calgary. They needed to have been up 16 at least by this point in time. That, folks, is getting to be the ball game. The UCP, if this sort of holds where it's at, the UCP should be feeling very good about forming government. The NDP has just not been able to push it enough right now in Calgary.
We're starting to see that picture unfold. Thank you for that, David. Again, UCP leading or elected in 51, NDP 36.
All right, let's go to political affairs reporter Safe Kaiser now at NDP headquarters with Raki Pancholi. Safe.
Well, Scott, again, I'm here with Raki Pancholi. Raki, you know, we're seeing some of these results come in. We just saw that Janice Irwin's in the lead. And, you know, is this telling of how the night is going? How do you feel?
You know what, I feel excited. I feel that perfect level of exhaustion that comes from door knocking across this province for the last 4 weeks. You know, we've been talking to Albertans door to door to door, not just for the election period, but for years before that. We know that most Albertans share the same values that our party represents, which is moderate values. We care about having strong communities, strong families, and a strong economy. It's what we've been focused on. I feel very optimistic. I feel great that we put forward a great vision for Alberta's future. We've shown that we're strong, competent leadership. We've gotten a great reception on the doors, and we're hearing from a lot of Albertans who've never voted NDP before that they're excited about the opportunity to do that. So, you know, I'm really thrilled for my good friend Janice Irwin. She just announced that she got reelected, and I'm feeling great things are happening right now.
Raki, you talk about door knocking. You said something insane, like you have walked 550,000 steps since the start of this election, door knocking.
That's right, 28 days, over 550,000 steps I've taken. I've biked even. This is the first time I've been biking during canvassing, but when you're out in the rural communities, it's the best way to reach those communities fast. I feel like I'm in the best shape of my life, and I'm excited to see what's coming next.
Perfect, thank you. Raki Pancholi, Edmonton White Mud NDP candidate. Scott, Linda, back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Safe. We are going to look now at the leading or elected information and data right now. As you can see, UCP is leading in 38 different ridings, elected in 12 for a total of 50. NDP leading in 30, elected in just 6 for a total of 36 at this point in time.
And the popular vote in Alberta, 55.9. It's bouncing back and forth a wee bit, but right now 55.9 across the province, 40.3 for the NDP, 3.9 for other.
And as we see more of those votes are starting to come in, we're hoping we are able to elect some more MLAs here in a very short time. Let's go back to Dallas and the political panel now in UCP headquarters.
Well, important, Scott and Linda, to note that viewers and listeners on radio can follow along on live results on globalnews.ca right now, because you just have to hit refresh as we wait for those results to come in. And when they do, when we can have a more fulsome conversation about what we're seeing with those numbers, we will do that. What we do know, and we can all agree on, is that this election in particular is getting national attention. So, Jason, I'll start with you about why that might be.
Well, look, you have to look at the last 4 years, you know, with the NDP government coming in, Jason Kenney, a national figure coming in, creating a whole new party, bridging together these divides that have existed within the Conservative movement, I think brought a lot of national attention. Then you have the back and forth with Justin Trudeau in Ottawa, and then you have the pandemic and a lot of attention that was placed on Alberta, on our healthcare system, on the choices that were made in this province, and then the ouster of Jason Kenney and now Rachel Notley trying to become the first premier in history to assume back the chair. All of that makes for good fodder, I think, for the rest of the country, but also I also think it stresses Alberta's importance in confederation. And I think that can't be underestimated.
Yeah, and I agree with all of that, and I would just add that it's a very competitive election.
Yep.
Right? So I've been covering Alberta elections a long time. There was not national coverage in 2019. There was national coverage in 2015, the day after the election. There was no coverage prior to that, or in 2012, or 2008. This is fundamentally different. Alberta is an economic powerhouse. You've got two national figures, and someone who we haven't talked a whole lot about is Jason Kenney, and figuring out where he disappeared to. I think a lot of people outside the province want to know that.
And I would say, too, just to bring up the idea of being part of the Confederation, that's why Ottawa was part of this discussion, because Alberta is the economic engine of Canada. We're the heartbeat of Canada. And without having a discussion around how it is that we're going to work with Ottawa, how we're going to stand up for Alberta, that's an imperative part of the discussion. Any Albertan that you talk to will speak about the concerns that they have about Ottawa encroaching into Alberta's jurisdiction. So I just don't think that we could have had any election discussion without that. And especially given the fact that, we had Danielle in there for 7 months. She was able to get a $26 billion deal on healthcare with Trudeau and multiple other things that have been coming across the finish line. So.
Darren, why the national attention on this election?
Well, I think it matters to Ottawa equally who's at the helm. And so for 4 years, the UCP and Jason Kenney, just waged war with Ottawa on every single topic. And the result of that meant that Alberta left billions of dollars, federal dollars, on the table that we missed out on because the government at the time was just wanting to constantly pick fights with Ottawa. What we need is a leader that will stand up for Alberta's interests, but also is willing to sit down at the table to negotiate. And, people often forget that it was Rachel Notley that twisted Justin Trudeau's arm to buying TMX. TMX was about to fall through. Private investors said, too much risk, taking too long. And so, I think it's critical for us to have a relationship with Ottawa, stand up for Alberta when Ottawa's encroaching, but the feds have the most money, and Alberta needs to get its fair share.
It used to be that, a Conservative party would fight with Ottawa and win an election and call it a day. Yeah. I would argue that there was less Ottawa on the ballot this time. We saw promises of a Calgary arena. We saw Alberta wildfires. Were these issues for Albertans, or did it kind of get lost in the mix?
Yeah, and I would also challenge the idea that every single Albertan is thinking about Ottawa's jurisdictional role. They want to take their kids to a doctor. They want to go take their kids to great schools. They want to focus on what's in front of them and their families. And these major issues that you have cited that have come up in the run-up to this election or in the campaign haven't really factored as much, and I think that's also part of the reason why we have such a hard decided vote. Before these promises were made, people knew where they were going orange, people knew where they were going blue. It's those folks in the middle that needed to be convinced, persuaded, or their tactics at the party level needed to be reaching to. We'll see tonight, based on the turnout, whether that actually happened.
Final 30 seconds to you, Dwayne.
Just, it's surprising that the wildfires didn't make a bigger impact. Mm-hmm. It's also surprising that the Calgary Arena deal, because this was done deliberately just before the writ period. Mm-hmm. UCP are campaigning on it. They tried to box the NDP in to show that they were anti-Calgary, and those two issues have just fizzled away politically.
There it is. All right, those results keep pouring in. Right now, the UCP sitting at 48, leading or elected, and the NDP at 39, still waiting for those advanced polling numbers to come in, Linda and Scott.
All right, our thanks to Dallas and the political panel once again as we wait for more of these numbers to come in. As Dallas said, UCP leading or elected in 48 seats, NDP at 39 right now. Magic number once again, 44 seats to form government.
And some of these ridings may very well be too close to call throughout the night. And we've seen it in the past. In 2015, there was a Calgary riding that was tied and then a recount, 6 votes. So we're going to go to David Aiken now, because you're keeping an eye on some that are flipping back and forth throughout the night, David.
Yeah, I'm coming back to Calgary again. Remember last time we chatted, I went through the 7, I think, pickups that we had the NDP. Need a little more now, but some of the races are really close. So let's talk about some of those ridings. Here's one, Calgary-Beddington. Josephine Pon, the UCP incumbent, has a 1-vote lead over the New Democrat, Amanda Chapman. But folks, we don't have a lot of results here. Josephine Pon has 33 votes. and she's got one more to the 32 of Amanda Chapman. So that's Calgary-Beddington, but still it's in the UCP column. Calgary North, we had that in UCP a minute ago, but again, we're dealing with a very few number of votes. 25 votes for the NDP puts them ahead in Calgary North over the UCP with 21 votes. One riding I want to take a look at is right here in Calgary-Klein. We get a few more votes here. 835 votes for the incumbent, Jeremy Nixon, the Community and Seniors Minister. 835 votes for Jeremy Nixon and 835 votes for the New Democrat, Lizette Tejada. So it's a tie game there right now. Let's take a look at how this has been playing out all night. Here's when the first polls opened up. It was an NDP big win or big gap. Then it narrowed. Then there was a lead change, and now we're tied. So this is kind of fun, isn't it? Watching what's going on in Calgary-Klein, tied at 835 votes right there. One other riding I want to talk about, and this is just flipped back and forth. Calgary Cross, Mickey Amory is the incumbent, and he has a 65-vote lead over Gurinder Singh Gill in Calgary Cross. That too is a riding. If we take a look, whoopsie. Got to use two fingers, that's it. We have had a lead change here. NDP had a big lead to start, it narrowed, and the UCP has a little bit of a lead. So there's our Calgary story, and as we talked, look at that. Calgary-Klein has flipped back 1 vote lead now for Lizette Tejada. It was tied 30 seconds ago, and now it's a 1 vote lead. Calgary-Klein, I think we could be here, we are going to be here all night no matter what, and we're going to be here all night watching Calgary-Klein and maybe another couple of close races. Scott and Linda?
Thank you, David. And again, our numbers are changing. UCP leading an elected 49, NDP 38. We're going to take you to another close race, Sherwood Park, 47.6, leading by just 87 votes. That's Kyle Kosowski over UCP's Jordan Walker.
Boy, that's a tight one. And we're going to go to Morgan Black, who is actually live in Sherwood Park right now, getting reaction to those very close numbers. Morgan.
Scott, it is a bit of a nail biter here in Sherwood Park. Now, we're hearing from people that they're still feeling really excited, but there definitely is nerves in the air because we can see that behind us, people are really, really close to the TV because these votes are super, super tight. Now, we're seeing 50 vote difference, 100 vote difference. Now, Kyle Kosowski has kept the lead for the majority, and Jordan Walker is the incumbent, but we just don't know where things are going right now because the votes are trickling in quite slowly, as David has been mentioning throughout the show. But people are nervous, excited. A lot of people here are quite close to both gentlemen. That's why they came out here to show their support. And we are expecting, now I should mention, 2 NDP candidates are using this as their campaign office. Nate Golubish, the incumbent on the other riding, is currently in the lead. But right now, Kyle Kowalski is where everyone is watching because they're just not sure which way things are going. And that's why you're hearing the cheering, the hush noises behind me because people are just waiting to see what happens, as the rest of us are too.
All right, Morgan Black live at a very close Sherwood Park riding tonight. Again, look at the bottom of your screen. UCP now leading or elected in 48 different ridings. The NDP at 39. And again, 44 seats is what you need to form a majority government in this province.
Keep it right here. We will keep you posted all night. Just taking a quick break. Stay with us. We're back in 2 minutes.
Binnen 4 minuten op tafel. Met Uitgekookt heb je altijd een gezonde maaltijd in je koelkast.
And welcome back to Decision Alberta, Global's province-wide election coverage.
All right, let's go to David Aiken now, who's keeping a very close eye on these numbers as we are continuing to get more results in, and that's what we've been waiting for.
We are, and you know what? Okay, let's forget about Calgary for a second. Let's go down and check out Lethbridge, shall we? Beautiful, windy city down in the southern part of the province, because we might have a little bit of change down here. Now, there's 2 seats in Lethbridge. Lethbridge West, that's where Shannon Phillips is the incumbent, the New Democrat, and she is leading. Shannon Phillips leading in Lethbridge West. And folks, this was the closest race in the entire province last time around. And 4 years ago, Shannon Phillips won by just 220 odd votes. She's up now by 659 votes over the UCP candidate Cheryl Seaborn. So Lethbridge West, Shannon Phillips is up. Now, over on Lethbridge East, we have maybe a change story here. New Democrat Rob Miyashiro, he's a local councillor. He has a 137 vote lead over the UCP incumbent Nathan Neudorf. Nathan Neudorf is the deputy premier, and we know up in Edmonton, where the other deputy premier is, Casey Maddow, he's also losing right now. So right now, Danielle Smith may win the government, but she's in danger of losing her 2 deputy premiers. So right now, Lethbridge is going for New Democrats. Let's take a look at another city where there's a pair, and that's right here. If we look at the 2 Red Deers, Red Deer North, Red Deer South, both UCP right now. Red Deer North, though, take a look at Adrienne LaGrange. Right now, she's got a 406 vote lead over the New Democrat, Jaylene Tweedle. That's relatively close, but maybe she'll pull it through. So just 7 polls reporting Red Deer North, and in Red Deer South, let me make sure we pull that up. Red Deer South, Jason Steffen has a 2,500 vote lead over Michelle Bayer of the New Democrats. So both Red Deers are leaning UCP, both Lethbridges leaning NDP. And the battle still plays out in Calgary. I'm sure we're going to come back and talk more Calgary in just a few minutes.
I'm sure we are. All right, thanks very much, David Aiken at the results board. And once again, the bottom of your screen, things have actually tightened up a little bit in the last few minutes. UCP leading or elected at 49 different seats. The NDP currently sitting at 38.
One of the candidates we know is going back to the Alberta legislature is Janice Irwin. We're going to go to Carol-Ann Devaney now, who has her as a guest. Carol-Ann?
Yes, I am here with Janice Irwin. First of all, congratulations. We heard the crowd erupt, chanting, Janice, Janice, Janice. That must have felt good.
Yeah,
it's hard to hear.
Hard to hear. It's a lively crowd out there for sure.
Yes.
And, you know, I'm fully just super honored to be again reelected as the MLA for Edmonton Highlands Norwood. But, you know, I'm waiting eagerly for the results elsewhere because I have a lot of incredible candidates that I really would love to have join me in the legislature.
It's been a long haul for you getting here, hasn't it? We were talking about how you started campaigning long before May 1st. Give us a sense of what it's been like and to finally be here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, myself and a whole lot of people in this room and across this province were knocking on doors for many, many months. You know, I never want to take my own riding for granted, and so I tried to spend time there as well. But, you know, we knew we needed to focus on a number of ridings in Calgary, a number of ridings in what we call the donuts, so Sherwood Park, St. Albert, Morinville, those areas as well. And so our teams went there, and we did all we could for the last many, many months.
Well, when I was talking to campaign staff, and they were saying that Rachel Notley is usually anxious when she wakes up on election day thinking, what could we have done differently? But this morning she did not feel like that. She felt like she gave it all she could. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you know, I have to agree with Rachel. Admittedly, I was still nervous, but I don't know what else we could have done. You know, 25,000 steps a day, you know, just pounding the pavement every single day. I think, again, so many volunteers, many of whom are in this room, they did all they could. And with our leader, Rachel Notley, at the helm, and she was very much modeling the leadership for the rest of us.
Well, winning your seat is the first step tonight. We'll see how the rest of the night unfolds, but congratulations, and thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Okay, back to you, Scott and Linda.
Thanks, Carol-Ann. Again, UCP leading or elected in 51, NDP 36. It's sat around those numbers for quite a while tonight, so we're starting to get a sense of where the night is going.
But we We do want to bring viewers into the fold here a bit on why we're not able to call this election just yet. As you can see, these numbers haven't changed a whole lot in the last, 45 minutes or an hour, but there's a lot of close races. As David mentioned a few minutes ago, alluding to that, there are just too many that are too close to call at this point, and we're going to take a look at some of those right now. Here is one of them, Calgary East. As you can see, the difference just 10 votes there. Peter Singh leading with the UCP over the NDP candidate in that running. Very tight.
Peter Singh, the incumbent, over Rossman Valencia, a public school teacher. Now we'll take you to Calgary Klein, the incumbent Jeremy Nixon, a cabinet minister, over the NDP's Lisette Tejada.
And that's one that's flip-flopped a few times throughout the course of the night, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that one. Let's look at Calgary Cross right now. Mickey Amory with 51% of the vote there. Again, just leading by 63 votes. Very tight in that riding.
And Lesser Slave Lake, Scott Sinclair, again, another close one, 78 votes in the lead over the NDP's Danielle Smith, trying to get back into office for the NDP.
All right, let's go back to Dallas Flexog at UCP headquarters with the political panel and their take on some of these numbers.
Yeah, I can tell you some results that we do have, and that is in the world of hockey. It will be the Florida Panthers facing off against the Vegas Golden Knights for Game 1 on Saturday. So that has happened. Sorry, Jason. I know. Thank you. We're Stars fans.
I'll live.
It is what it is. Let's get to some of these ridings that we are watching very closely. You, as political experts in particular. Let's start with Acadia, Jason.
Yeah, well, look, we always knew it was going to be tight. You had Tyler Shandro, who drew a lot of attention during his tenure in government, both for his role as health minister, but also as justice minister. And I think he was kind of, aiming to be under the radar here. And then he gets tangled up in the call between Danielle Smith and Artur Pawlowski. And so those are not a couple of good outcomes leading into a campaign. He's going to be fighting for his political life here tonight.
What do you make of Acadia, Dwayne?
Oh, we knew that Acadia was a battleground, but when we talk about the local candidates, most of the political science literature said the local candidate matters about 5% of the overall vote, and there are certain exceptions. I wonder if Tyler Shandro, given his health ministry and justice ministry, given his embroil in the Pawlowski-Smith affair, if he's actually going to carry a lot more, and probably not in a good way. And so it is not surprising that the NDP is leading narrowly. The NDP needs to win this seat.
Yep.
They really need to win this seat.
And that is, as you say, in your path to power, and you're keeping an eye on Strathcona-Sherwood as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I'll say about Acadia is that we have a really strong candidate, Diana Batten, who is there. She's a registered nurse. She's been pounding the pavement for several months, close to a year, in fact. And so working really hard. That is one of our targets, Calgary Acadia, as is Strathcona-Sherwood Park. Bill Tanita, a multiple-term counselor. Before that, he was a principal at a school. He's been working really, really hard. He has the name recognition. And we're anticipating that race is going to tighten up significantly over the next little while.
What are you making of some of the tight numbers we're seeing so far, Leela?
I think we would have. I think it would be completely inappropriate to say we weren't expecting that those would be tight. I think also that the UCP has targeted some of those ridings. We have a cabinet minister, Nate Glubish, who had done some great work while his time was in office. And then if we're looking at Acadia, I think we all expected that one to be tight. So I would never have been able to guess, quite frankly, which direction either of these were going to go.
Okay, Jason, let's talk varsity.
Varsity is an interesting one. I think, you have a university district with the University of Calgary there. Again, another minister who has worn the health portfolio, not a strong suit for the UCP. And then again, the juxtaposition, Darren, that you mentioned with the registered nurse going against Tyler Shandro, you have on signs Dr. Luann Metz leading here, and I expect her to lead, I expect her to carry, and that's going to be another good sign for the NDP. But again, it speaks to candidate recruitment, it speaks to the contrast, and it speaks to, frankly, candidate weakness in certain areas, and the NDP needs to capitalize there.
Dwayne, these are some big names for the UCP in very tight races.
Oh, absolutely. And varsity, I don't think is a tight race. I mean, Jason Copping, I think, is going down to defeat. He's down about 700 votes right now. But watch Acadia. That is just going to go back and forth.
Okay, and you can do that on globalnews.ca. You can continue to watch our coverage here and listen on QR Calgary and 630 Chet. and we'll send it back to you. As those numbers keep pouring in, things are getting exciting now.
They certainly are. Okay, thanks very much, Dallas. And as the panel touched on, a lot of those battleground ridings, a lot of those tight ones with a lot of cabinet ministers are in Calgary. We expected that to be a big storyline of the night, and it's turning out to be that.
Yeah, so we're going to go to David Akin and to take a look at some of those close ones. What are you seeing right now in Acadia, as Dwayne mentioned?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I was listening to what the panel was talking about because they touched on a lot of the, I'll call favorites, my watch list, but there's Calgary, Acadia right now. Diana Batten has a 58-vote lead, and this is the graph that shows lead changes and lead widths. And you can see for the last, probably about 40 minutes, it's been every vote that comes in, it seems there's a vote for the other side. I want to talk a little bit, too, about Calgary Elbow. There's a couple of stories in Elbow. First of all, there was no incumbent. This was where Doug Schweitzer, UCP, was elected 2019. Schweitzer quit in August. There hasn't been a by-election. Chris Davis is carrying the torch for the UCP. Chris Davis is in second place right now. New Democrats leading in Calgary Elbow. Samir Kayende has not a bad lead. He's up 250 votes. He's got 3,700 in the can right now. 49% for Samir Kayende, Chris Davis with 46%. But as I said, there's some other stories here. Over here, Kerry Kundal, Alberta Party. In 2019, Greg Clark was the leader of the Alberta Party, and he finished second in Calgary Elbow. Kerry Kundal's got 5% of the vote, 360 votes. Generally speaking, we assume Alberta Party would probably move to the NDP. Samir Kayende at the end of the night might want to have those Alberta Party votes. And finally, one more story. We're just going to have to sort of mention it. There's Artur Pawlowski. Sorry, sir. 35 people have voted for him so far in Calgary Elbow. He's not going to win that particular seat. So Elbow, let's check in one last time before we throw it over. A 63-vote lead in Acadia. And I mentioned, I think the last time we came here, I think the NDP at one point had about 13 up, but then seats keep flipping back and forth. Calgary Edgemont was one of them. I think that's right, Prasad Panda now is a 400-vote lead over the New Democrats. So we're going to keep watching Calgary, but the story right now is it has been stable. You guys said that a minute ago, I think. Pretty stable. UCP 52 seats, 51 seats. NDP 35, 34. Things are starting to sort of, they're not jumping around as much right now.
All right. Thanks very much, David.
All right, David, just touching on another reason there why this race is still too close to call. There are just still too many ridings in play at this point where the vote total, the difference is very, very tight. All right, we are going to go back to Joel Senek now, live at UCP headquarters with a UCP strategist. Joel.
Yeah, UCP strategist Erica Barudis. And a lot of the talk tonight, Erica, has been about the votes not coming in fast. What is the UCP being told about why we have seen a delay tonight in getting results?
Yeah, so what we've learned is actually that Election in Alberta is looking at every poll location. So what that means is like the church or the school that you voted at, there could be 5 to 10 polls, and they're going by the polling station or the location and then by poll. So a little bit more due diligence, no issues that we're hearing. So it's more of like just a time-consuming process that's holding us up tonight.
Has there been a timeline that's been told by Elections Alberta to the UCP about when exactly we're going to have these results tonight?
Unfortunately for all of us, that we're hoping that we would be either, celebrating or out and about knowing the results. We do not have a timeline on that. I mean, I think we can all agree, though, we want to make sure that they're doing their due diligence and counting every vote because we've all worked hard to get here tonight.
Well, some of the votes have been counted so far in this election. Calgary, we knew it was going to be a battleground. There are some very, very close races. Is this what you as a strategist and your team expected tonight to look like?
I don't think the timeline was what we expected, but we were expecting close races. This has been an entire campaign within the margin of error, so we're definitely not surprised at how close some of these numbers are coming in early, but it's still looking good for the United Conservative Party.
All right, well, we'll wait and see, obviously, as those results continue to roll in tonight. Erica Barudis, UCP strategist, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Of course, we'll continue to watch these results come in here at UCP headquarters in downtown Calgary. Back to you.
All right, thanks very much to our Joel Senek.
We're going to take a look at the popular vote here, and that's kind of giving us a sense of how Albertans have voted today. This is right across the province. UCP leading or elected 52 ridings, NDP 35.
And here is a look at that popular vote right across the province. UCP sitting at 52.4%. And the NDP at 44, just 3.6% for other parties.
So it's close there, but here we go to Calgary.
Wow, look at that.
It is very close. The popular vote in the city of Calgary, 49% UCP, 48.4% for the NDP, 2.6% for other.
That's almost bang on to a lot of the polls that we'd seen for a number of weeks now, saying Calgary was going to be extremely tight, and it looks like that is the case tonight.
We're going to go to Blake Law now, who is at NDP's Calgary headquarters tonight. Blake?
Well, Linda, election night is stressful at the best of times, even more so when these results are coming in at a trickle. What we do know, though, so far in the city of Calgary is that Calgary Mountain View is remaining securely in the hands of Kathleen Ganley, and she joins us now. Kathleen, thanks for being with us, and congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
I'm incredibly excited and honored that the people of Calgary Mountain View have put their trust in us again. I think, we ran a strong campaign. We spoke to the values of Albertans, and I'm really pleased to see the results.
When we're looking at Calgary, obviously we've been in the lead up to this election talking about battleground Calgary. As you see, the results slowly come in, and some of these ridings go back and forth between blue and orange. Where's your confidence right now in your party being able to achieve what it needs to in the city of Calgary?
I think we're very hopeful. I've spoken to a lot of Calgarians throughout the entire city over the course of the last 28 days. I think we spoke to their values, to healthcare, to education, to the cost of living. And I think, we've seen a lot of people coming over to us, and I think that's been absolutely incredible. It's going to be tight. We always knew it was going to be close. It was going to take a while, and I'm cautiously optimistic.
Kathleen Ganley, thanks so much for this. We appreciate it. Back to you, Linda, Scott.
Thanks very much, Blake.
All right, we are going to go back to David Aitken at the results board. And David, you're talking more about those ridings, kind of like we just saw with Kathleen Ganley, that are elected Calgary MLAs.
Yeah, I want to point those out too, because I know a lot of folks are tuning in on the radio. They can't see all the colors that we can see here. But let's take a look at some of the ridings in the south of Calgary that were UCP before the night started and almost certainly to be UCP at the end. Let's start Calgary-Lougheed. This is where a guy named Jason Kenney got elected 4 years ago. So it's a new UCP candidate for Calgary-Lougheed. Eric Bouchard is right now leading. He's got 58% of the vote. The NDP in second. So Calgary-Lougheed right now, UCP leading. We stay down in the south. We've talked. We've had just Rebecca Schultz on the show. Rebecca Schultz leading with 55% of the vote. New Democrats are second with 44%. Calgary-Shaw in the south there. We go to Calgary-Fish Creek. Miles McDougall has 57% of the vote. He's leading for the UCP. NDP now at 40%. And I'm using percents now because we are starting to see vote counts now in the multiples of thousands. So I think it makes a little more sense to talk about percent. We mentioned Rick McIver, longest serving UCP MLA, interim leader at one point in time during all the turmoil the right of center parties have had in Alberta. Rick McIver, 55% leading in Calgary-Hayes. And then we'll write down there Calgary Southeast, one of the safest UCP seats in the city. Matt Jones, 57%, and the NDP with 40%. So that's just the south end of the city. I don't think the New Democrats are going to be competitive there. There are still lots of seats in the northeast, in the northwest, and the downtown. I can't resist touching Calgary-Acadia. I got to do it every time I'm here. It's still a 63-vote lead for the New Democrats in Calgary-Acadia. We'll keep an eye on that one for you guys.
All right, thanks very much, David. And as David alluded to, a lot more votes are now coming in. And as we mentioned earlier, the seat count at the bottom of your screen has not changed a lot. So that is providing a pretty good indication at this point in time where things are going tonight. Again, UCP leading or elected in 52 different ridings, the NDP sitting at 35. Global News not ready to call this just yet, but once again, a lot more votes are coming in. Those totals now in the several thousands in most of the ridings. So a good indication of where things might be heading.
Yeah, and on a good part of the night, early on, everybody was on pins and needles, but we're starting to get a sense of where this is going. So we want to go to our Dallas Flex Hog and the panel, because the excitement must be building in the room there, Dallas.
It is. Well, a lot of people are just Well, they're just watching the TVs and the results come in like we are, trying to make a determination. Dwayne, it's 10:32 p.m. on election night and we have no winner.
No, we don't. And I mean, there are a number of ridings with less than 2,000 votes counted.
And that is why we're sitting in this situation. So let's maybe, Jason, then begin with Calgary Elbow.
Yeah, it's an interesting riding. It's my home riding, and it's one where I know my neighbors and folks in the community have gotten really used to a very active MLA. And you had that with Greg Clark from the Alberta Party. And then in 2019, when Doug Schweitzer got elected, handed very key portfolios at the macro level for the provincial government, and then resigning and leaving that seat vacant. My neighbors remember that. I remembered that. And you saw for a number of period of time as the UCP decided which candidate they would run in calling a nomination, Samir Kayande was out knocking doors. So I expect it to be quite competitive. It looks to be competitive, and it's one that could turn orange tonight.
We know Doug Schweitzer came out. He was a face of the film industry boom, and he took a lot of credit for that. What are we expecting to see with this riding and a new person in the UCPC? What are we watching for?
Well, I think one of the interesting things about Calgary Elbow is they talked about, that was the riding of Alison Redford. That was the riding of Ralph Klein. That's clearly a conservative riding. It has shifted. It's really a centrist riding. It is a very wealthy riding, but it's also a very socially progressive riding. That's why Greg Clark was able to win it, and that's why Doug Schweitzer, who was one of the moderate conservatives, was able to win that. So it's no surprise that the NDP is doing very well there, particularly when it was deliberately left vacant for very naked political reasons.
We knew Calgary Elbow was on the table, and we knew there was a lot of discussion around Calgary Glenmore as well. What are you seeing in that riding?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll go back to Elbow just for a minute, because I door knocked that area extensively during the leadership race, and I have to agree with Dwayne and with Jason. It's a very, very wealthy riding, but they're definitely centrists in that area. So I think that would have been imperative that the person who's running in there really, really speaks to that space. Glenmore, again, very, very interesting. We have another cabinet minister there. Whitney's had great relationships and worked really hard in her riding, but it's going to be close. So.
And right now, Whitney's leading in that riding. And can we, before we only have about a minute left, I want to talk about Lethbridge East.
Yeah, well, I want to touch on real quickly. So our candidate Samir over in Calgary Elbow has been working really, really hard. He's an energy analyst and has been for many years. Najwan El Shadid has been in oil and gas for more than 15 years. She's a very, very strong candidate who's been working really hard. She's been pounding the pavement for over a year. And then you jump over to Lethbridge East, and you have Rob Mirashiro, who is a multiple-term councillor who's also been working really, really hard and to earn the vote and trust of Lethbridgians. And I'm confident that both Lethbridge East and West will go NDP this time.
10 seconds on Lethbridge, too.
What's remarkable about Lethbridge is that there's over 15,000 votes counted in Lethbridge West, and in Lethbridge East, 1,300. Yeah. So I don't know what is going on in the other half of Lethbridge.
I don't know. We're figuring it out as we go, but we are getting those results, and that we do know that the results come in, they are accurate. They're just taking their time tonight, but they are starting to roll in now, Scott and Linda.
Thanks, Dallas. Yeah, it has kind of been part of the story of the night. What about these results? But they are starting to come in. So
it certainly has. Yeah, we're going to take a quick break here as you're watching Democracy in Action. Some ridings quicker than others tonight. You're watching Decision Alberta here on Global. We're back in just a couple minutes.
Shop nu op vidaexcel.nl. Groots leven voor weinig.
what we're going to wake up to tomorrow, what the other side's thinking right now, and we can't talk about any of that.
We might not even get to that, although it might be worth talking about who we'd have in cabinet.
Welcome back to Decision Alberta, Global's province-wide election coverage.
And we've got you covered tonight on television, on Chorus Radio, and online as we continue to watch these results come in for election 2023. As you can see at the bottom of your screen, the UCP now elected in 53 different ridings. The NDP leading or elected in 34 ridings. Once again, the big number we're looking at tonight is 44 to form a majority government. And as you can see right now, the UCP is well over that. All right, let's go to David Aiken over at the results board. And David, you're looking at some of these ridings around the city of Edmonton.
Right. So I had Calgary up, just checking on that. Let's take a look at the donut, as they say. This is where, I mean, we've been saying the NDP needed to win a pile in Calgary. They needed to win some in the donut. And you get that sense now that we have a lot of orange NDP right there. One of those seats was, and we've checked in a couple of times, Strathcona Sherwood Park. Nate Glubich has been leading most of the night here. Let's check in to see, was there any lead changes? Not really. It's been sort of UCP all night long. That's Strathcona Sherwood Park. Sherwood Park, on the other hand, Kyle Kosowski has 51% of the vote. Jordan Walker, the UCP incumbent, 43% of the vote. And that, too, I think, has been relatively steady now for a while. The NDP started out with a good big lead, and they've maintained that for most of the night. So that Sherwood Park is up for the NDP, a hold here for Strathcona Sherwood Park. And then we might be looking at a riding like Morinville, St. Albert. I think in the NDPs, like if they were having a fantastic night, they might do that. It's not bad. Dale Nally has 52% support. Karen Shaw has 45% for the New Democrats. But this looks like it's the UCP may hold. And down here in Leduc-Beaumont, this is the fastest growing part of the entire province. A lot of new subdivisions here. Leduc-Beaumont, no incumbent, but Brandon Lunty is holding it for the UCP. He's got 55%. Cam Heenan, a paramedic, has 42% of the vote in Leduc-Beaumont. So that is your story in the donut around Edmonton. Oh, and we should point out this one, of course, that's a pick, or should be a pickup. Still not a lot of votes in here in Edmonton Southwest, but New Democrat Nathan Ip is leading over the incumbent Deputy Premier Casey Madu. Edmonton Southwest, Nathan Ip. He's got 831 votes, and Casey Madu has 498 votes. So we're still really slow here with the vote results coming in to Edmonton Southwest. There is your story from the provincial capital.
All right, thanks very much. David Aiken at the results board. Now, a lot of viewers might be at home wondering, where's the call? I've been watching this for 2 hours and 40 minutes, and we have not made the call yet. And here is why. There are simply too many ridings at this point in time that are in that leading column. So you see the UCP leading in 27 different ridings, the NDP leading in 22 versus 26 elected for the UCP and 12 elected for the NDP. At this point in time, just too many races out there that are too close to call for the time being.
David was talking about that donut around Edmonton. We're going to go to Joel Senek now and Chorus Radio's Rob Breckenridge to talk a little bit more about reaction there from the UCP as we see a strong showing at this point around the Edmonton donut.
Yeah, and Rob, when it comes to areas outside of Calgary, I know we're here in Calgary right now, but the UCP looking either to hold or make inroads in other parts of the province as well.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I mean, the UCP, it's kind of about limiting the damage, right? Knowing that you're going to lose seats, but you still want to win a comfortable majority. So right now they're sort of flirting in that territory. Look, the NDP, you know, they've taken out some cabinet ministers in Calgary. Looks like they're maybe going to win both seats in Lethbridge. Casey Madu looks to be defeated in Edmonton. These are all impressive NDP wins, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Like Calgary right now feels like it's kind of a tie, both in terms of the seat count and the popular vote. That's not going to be enough. So, you know, having these impressive wins but still falling short, you know, how much victory, you know, moral victory can you take from that?
And a number of these races, of course, Global News not yet projecting, right? And they're just still too close to call. But if you were to look right now at the losses and gains potentially so far tonight, would you say UCP strategists, we just talked to one, they'd be happy with what they're seeing right now, even given that they might lose some of these seats?
My sense was anything over 50 in terms of majority that they'd be relatively happy with. Once you get under 50, a slim majority, that's going to seem really kind of tenuous and a bad look on the results. So I think right now they're probably feeling okay that, we haven't fallen below 50. We're certainly not flirting with, an NDP victory by any means at this point. So by and large, so far, a pretty decent night for the UCP, all things considered.
I want to ask you personally, because you've been covering politics for a long time. Have you ever been in an election night like this where it's close and we're waiting and we're waiting?
Well, I mean, be careful what you wish for. We like close elections in this industry, but I never seen anything like this with, the delay in the results and just how weird this is all unfolded. But it's making for an interesting night, that's for sure.
It sure is an interesting night here at UCP headquarters in Calgary. An interesting night right across the province. We'll send it back to you.
Thanks very much, Joel. And we're going to take you now to some more results. This is Fort McMurray, Lac-La-Biche, and this is former Wild Rose leader Brian Jean. Global News declaring elected in that riding with 72.3% of the vote.
Let's take a look at Lacombe-Ponoka right now, and Global News has projected that Jennifer Johnson has been elected there for the UCP, although, as you might remember, Jennifer Johnson, a rather controversial candidate, had made some disparaging remarks about transgender children, and that resulted in Danielle Smith saying that she would not sit as a UCP member if she went back to the legislature, and she is heading back to the legislature, as we just saw.
We'll go to Dallas Flexhog and the panel now for some insight into that and what we're seeing.
Yeah, I guess we'll start with that riding then, Jennifer Johnson. We quickly learned her name throughout this campaign, Dwayne.
Yeah, and not in a good way. She has been removed from the caucus, but she still is on the ballot. That's why we're listing her as UCP. The question was always, when was she going to return? And I think it's going to depend on the results. If the results are close, that's going to be a very quick return to the UCP caucus. But if they win with, let's say, 50 seats, it may be a while. And if they lose, I think it'll be a while.
Leila, we were getting some viewers questioning why she's running as a UCP when all of this has unfolded, but that's just the way it goes.
It is. But again, Danielle made a very strong statement about the absolutely despicable language that was used. Many of us also were discussing some of that. I think it's imperative. I mean, we saw this with the NDP with Deborah Drever. The same thing. They have to sit as an independent and certainly work to earn their way back into the caucus.
What I will say, though, is I don't see these as equal. I don't see them as synonymous. So the comments that she made are absolutely disgusting. And, Deb Drever's actions being on a cover of an album was very poor judgment
gross,
and very poor taste. I agree. But I don't equate those. And so the other thing that's interesting is that the poop cookie comments, we've seen a number of UCP candidates that have had to apologize or retract or even get replaced in the lead up to the election because of either, homophobic or transphobic or racist comments that were made. And so I agree with Dwayne that I think how long she sits as an independent is going to depend on the outcome of the election. And it's either going to be a real quick return to the UCP, but even if not the case, she's going to sit, even if she sits as an independent, I'd be willing to wager that every single vote is going to be along with the UCP, regardless if she's within the caucus or outside of the caucus.
Well, this was a conservative stronghold. So what does this result signal then?
Well, look, this came very close to when people started to vote. Danielle Smith can put out all the statements that she wants. If she is not committing to never seating that individual as a UCP caucus member, that statement isn't worth anything. What she said was garbage, shouldn't be tolerated. It's not worthy of any office in this province or anywhere else. And the fact that this could be a potential person where the balance of power could depend upon is going to be a very challenging, sort of scenario for people in this province.
We are running out of time here, but I do want to talk about Calgary-Klein because right now I'm looking at Jeremy Nixon with 48.7% of the vote and Lizette Tejada at 48.7% of the vote. This isn't a dead heat. We knew this would happen, so what are we watching for here?
Well, again, Jeremy Nixon, by all accounts, has been a very good minister. This isn't about Jeremy Nixon. This is about the unpopularity of Danielle Smith in parts of Calgary, and Klein is one of those areas.
Right now we're talking about a 5-vote difference at the last time I looked. Could this be one of the ones we don't know the outcome of tonight?
Absolutely. You're going to have to look at, these are paper ballots that are being counted. If it gets within that threshold, recounts and these kinds of things may be coming into play.
It's literally flipping as we're talking about it back and forth.
In the corner.
It did just flip. There you go. The NDP leading in Calgary-Klein right now, something we continue to watch as you do at the desk as well. But yes, these results are coming in fast and furious as we continue to watch what is going to unfold in this Alberta election that continues to be too close to call at this point, Linda and Scott.
Thanks, Dallas, and we'll show you something that gives you a little clearer picture of what that looks like across the province. Leading and elected, UCP leading in 22, elected in 30 for that total of 52. NDP leading in 19 still, and elected in 16 for that total of 35. So that gives us an idea of why it's still too close to make the call for a majority.
Here's a look at the popular vote right now, right across the province. 52.8% for the UCP, 43.5% for the NDP, and just 3.7% for other parties.
And let's take a closer look at Calgary, because it's been neck and neck throughout the campaign for sure, and into the evening here. 49.1% UCP, 48.2% NDP, 2.6%.
And we were talking about ridings like Calgary-Klein, Calgary-Curry, Calgary-Acadia, where those votes are so tight, and that's why we're seeing the popular vote so tight. And in places where the UCP has been winning outside of Calgary and Edmonton, they're running up the score, and in Edmonton, the NDP are running up the score. So as we all said, Calgary's where it's all at. Linda, your hometown, that's it. It is. It's where the buzz is right now.
I want to talk again about that graphic we just showed, which is leading and elected. So viewers at home know we'll get closer to making a call here at Global News once that number of elected goes up and once the number of leading goes down. And we did see a change in the last 10 minutes or so when it comes to that electing more. Let's have another look at that board. As that number 21 starts dipping down and the elected 31, I mean, that's where we're getting closer to a call. But again, David, that's why we can't make the call.
And you're right, but we also still need votes. And Dwayne Bratt mentioned this a few minutes ago when he took a look at the two Lethbridges. On Lethbridge West, they do have thousands of votes. That's Shannon Phillips riding. But then on Lethbridge East, they only got a few hundred, 1,500. And you really don't want to be going out on a limb and getting things. You'd rather be right than first, as we say in our business, right? And so that's why it's very hard to sort of project some winners. But it has been stable, these numbers. This has been 50-something, 50-something, 50-something for the UCP, 30-something for the NDP. There's no question the NDP at this point in the evening, I know we've had slow counts, they wanted to be further along. And the UCP is probably going, okay, that's phew.
A sense of relief, maybe.
Yeah, Danielle Smith, I mean, she could be the premier and great, and it's a political rehab story, but there are, 10, or could be close to 10 UCP MLAs out of work. And, of course, those that left of their own volition, like the Sonia Savages, the Doug Schweitzers, decided not to jump in with this party.
That's a conversation for another day.
Yes, well, probably another hour.
Another hour.
Yeah, maybe.
Thank you very much, David. We're going to go to Joel Senek now and Rob Breckenridge at UCP headquarters.
Well, let's pick up on that conversation, Rob, about the numbers. We're looking now at the vote totals, at least the votes that we have, the results that we have so far across the province. Dynamics, when we look at how close Calgary is, for example, is that just this election, or is there a shift maybe happening across this province where the battlegrounds are going to be in different places going forward?
That's interesting. I mean, the NDP did well in Calgary in 2015. They got almost wiped out in 2019. But they've certainly mounted a comeback in this election. Right now we're looking at sort of a split, maybe 13-13 in Calgary. The NDP are going to need more to get closer to 44. But I think it certainly shows that Calgary has changed. You even look at municipal politics. Calgary's elected progressive mayors and councillors. It's become a more politically diverse city, a more politically divided city, you could say. And so I would imagine that's going to be the case going forward. There's going to be questions, I think, about these leaders, these parties. Like, what are the chances that it's Danielle Smith versus Rachel Notley in the next election? Probably unlikely, but where do these two leaders go from here, and what happens the rest of the night is going to tell that story.
We are obviously waiting to see what happens the rest of the night. Do you agree with David's point that UCP insiders are probably breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief right now, looking at the results that we're getting right now?
I think so right now. Sort of, we dodged a bullet here maybe. And it goes back to the leadership race. And I think, there was the NDP were looking, okay, maybe Danielle Smith is vulnerable as leader here. There's a lot of political baggage. And, coming off the controversy of the Kenney years, I think the NDP might have felt a lot better going into this election. But the narrative did seem to change during the campaign. A lot of talk about taxes and the economy and crime as well. Those kinds of issues that do play well for the UCP. So, yeah, I think right now, given the way it could have gone, I think maybe the UCP would be feeling like, okay, this isn't too bad. We can work with this.
Okay, well, that may be the feeling right now, potentially, and we'll see if it turns into a celebration or a little bit more muted event as more results come in. We'll send it back to you, Linda and Scott.
And you are in the place to be to give us those results. Thank you so much, Joel. We'll chat with you shortly. All
right, let's go back to David Aitken now at the results board. David, we're almost 3 hours in now since polls closed. No call yet, and that has a lot to do with the situation with a lot of those close ridings in Calgary.
There are some, and there are some ridings now we're able to project a winner, and one of those has a minister going down to defeat. I want to zero in on Calgary-Curry, where the New Democrats, Global News has projected Janet Eremenko has defeated Nicholas Milliken, the UCP mental health minister. I think Milliken, in fact, had a campaign event right at the end of the campaign, Saturday even, where they talked about mental health and health care. And this is one of the things I noticed as we look at, what might have moved the campaign. Campaigns are doing polling every night, talking to thousands of Albertans. Yes, the UCP started the campaign talking about taxes, but then mid-campaign, Danielle Smith had to respond on the health care. She was up in Calgary-Beddington, in fact, where she made she was at a child care center in Calgary-Beddington. Let's see how that's going. Not going so well right now. New Democrats are leading in Calgary-Beddington. Amanda Chapman has a 375 vote lead, 50% of the vote. Incumbent Josephine Pon, about 47% of the vote. So it's close up in Calgary-Beddington. But Danielle Smith, she didn't make as many campaign stops as any other leader I've ever caused. It was a bit of a peekaboo campaign, but she did pop into Calgary-Beddington about a week and a half ago to talk about some health care. Now, we want to talk about varsity. We've been talking about this all night long. Luann Metz, the neuroscientist at the University of Calgary, is leading. She's got 56% of the vote over Jason Copping, the health minister, who right now has 43%. That's trending very well for the NDP. But still, though there's a lot more orange right now in Calgary, there is not enough. Let me show you again 2019. This is where the NDP started with 1, 2, 3. And now in 2023, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 seats for the NDP. Not enough. You're about 5, 6 seats down from what the NDP needed in Calgary at this point, even though it looks like some ministers are going to lose their jobs. Linda?
Thank you very much, David. All right, we're going to go to our panel now with Dallas Flexog for more insight as we inch closer to 11 o'clock, and we still don't have a final call yet.
Can you believe it? It's almost 11 o'clock at night. We are starting to see some of those advanced polling numbers come in now from what we are seeing. And we're also seeing some calls made. One of them, I believe, was on your watch list. Maybe more than one of you. Banff Kananaskis. This one has flipped to the UCP. What do we make of this? I know that was on your list as well.
Yeah, I mean, for Rachel and the Alberta NDP, this is going to be a disappointment. Sarah was a very strong candidate in Banff Kananaskis, had a lot of volunteers out. I even went out there one day during the 28-day campaign, lots of favorable responses. And so I think this will be a definite disappointment for Rachel and the team.
Dwayne, this is quite a big number. Are you surprised by that result?
Oh, absolutely. It's not just that the UCP won it. It's the magnitude of that victory. Because Miranda Rosen had some issues as a candidate, particularly in the towns of Canmore and Banff, where she wasn't meeting with council. It's a very interesting riding in the sense that if you're in, there's a lot of noise going on.
That's what they're cheering for. They're cheering for Banff Kananaskis. So there's a good indication, Jason, that this was a riding to watch. When we hear that's probably some of the biggest cheers we've heard all night.
Certainly, right? And I think it's, there are many ridings where the Conservatives know that they're going to have issues. They're deploying resources. Certainly, Darren has gone into what the NDP has done to try and pick some of those off. And when you get one of those, especially when you're seeing a Nicholas Milliken go down and a few others on the brink who had ministerial portfolios, who a lot of resources were sunk into, who had, the former Prime Minister endorse them, that must feel good for the UCP to carry over.
Congratulations to Miranda. That's a great win on her part. It was one that we were watching for sure really closely, so I'm very happy for her, but I know that she did work really, really hard. I actually campaigned with her in 2019. She wore down her running shoes working in that riding, so...
And I would also say, if you look at the NDP strategy, this was one of the few rural ridings they thought that they could win. Everything else was in Edmonton, Calgary, suburban Edmonton, and some small cities, and they could be, it's possible they could be shut out completely of rural Alberta.
Let's turn our attention now to the popular vote, Jason, and what you're keeping an eye on.
Yeah, I'm looking at 1 million, just over 1 million ballot votes cast, and I'm looking at that, 2.8 million registered voters. With 67% of voting places reporting, there's not a lot of popular vote left to win, and I'm seeing a large substantial lead for the UCP. I know a lot of folks in NDP headquarters are going to be somewhat interested in that number and how substantial that lead is for the UCP. Now, obviously, there were some safe rural ridings that got counted and called for, but this is based on polling reporting places looking at those Calgary numbers, but the total will matter, and I think it's going to be of concern that the UCP is leading 543,000 to 453,000 over the NDP.
It's the vote percentage that fascinates me, because the UCP has dropped roughly about 3%. The NDP has gained 10. But that 10 has come at the expense of all the smaller parties.
Exactly.
The Alberta Party, the Liberals, the Greens, they've all moved to the NDP, but that's been insufficient. They haven't moved enough former Conservative voters to their file.
They needed more.
They've grabbed other people.
Yep.
And for our viewers, there have been 14 registered parties in this Alberta election, but as we know and we are seeing tonight, it is down to just 2, the UCP and the NDP, as those numbers continue to roll in. Linda and Scott?
Thank you very much, Dallas. Again, we have UCP 52, NDP 35. We'll take a deeper dive into that, leading and elected across the province. UCP leading 18, elected 34 for that total of 52. NDP leading in 15, elected in 20 ridings for that total of 35.
And as we mentioned earlier, those are starting to change a little bit. UCP has been elected in a few more ridings, so inching closer to that magic number of 44. Once again, leading or elected in 52, 35 for the NDP at this point in time. All right, let's go back to Carol-Ann and Shay live at NDP headquarters in Edmonton. Carol-Ann.
That's right. We haven't checked in with both of you in a little while. Still very much a festive mood here. People are very happy with the results they see, especially in Edmonton. If we take a look at Edmonton's biggest battleground was Edmonton Southwest.
Yeah.
And Nathan Ip is leading right now.
Yeah, out of the 20 ridings in the last election, the NDP won 19. The only one they didn't pick up was Edmonton Southwest. It was won by Casey Madju. Of course, when he was Justice Minister, there was the controversy around his call to the police chief. He was removed from that portfolio, but Danielle Smith made him Deputy Premier. He is trailing. I don't think we've called that one yet, but Nathan Ip, the NDP candidate, is leading in that one. Now, that creates a really interesting situation. Should the NDP win every single riding in Edmonton, and it looks at this point like the UCP, if the trend continues, are going to form government, you don't have a single representative from the capital city. So how does that happen? Where do we go next? That's all we could be in the donut area. So that'll be a fascinating thing to play out. But at this point, it looks like the Deputy Premier could lose his seat to Nathan Ip.
Now, of course, good news in Edmonton, but NDP fought so hard to prove that, 2015 was not a fluke. It wasn't an accidental win, as Jason Kenney called it, but there is some concern looking at those results. So we'll throw it back to the desk now.
All right, thanks very much, Carol-Ann and Shay. David Aitken is with us once again. As we heard from Jason, we are getting a lot more votes in now. Over 1 million votes have now been counted. As we know, the vote total in the 2019 election was about 1.9 million. So we're inching closer to the point where a lot more of these are coming in, and we could be getting closer to a
I've got friends I've known for years, political operatives on both sides, and this is the case in our country. People who work for the NDP here in Alberta, work for the NDP in Ottawa or in BC, etc., and they will know the vote totals. The campaigns are so sophisticated now, they're using database software. They'll know how much they pulled their vote, and they'll have a very good indication of how the night is unfolding, even though Elections Alberta has not yet counted everything. So I'm keeping an eye on the moods. That's why I asked what the mood is at campaign headquarters, because campaigns know. In 2019, the Kenney campaign, they absolutely slammed it on the advanced polls. They knew they had pulled all their vote, and I remember talking to them as the polls closed. They said, we got this one, and they did. So campaigns, and even in a close campaign like this, they'll have a very good idea who should have won and where.
Let's talk a little bit more about the point that Dwayne Bratt made earlier, and that was
very interesting.
You know, that the NDP is eating into that some of other support.
Right. It's so if there was Alberta Party, I think in 2019 was what 5-7% of the poll. It's not polling that high, and it looks
9%,
like
9%. I think they were.
Was it that? Was it
9%?
9%. There you go. So you know that's the NDP got that vote, but not Conservative voters.
All right, let's go baback to Dallas Flexog and the panel with more insight into what we're seeing tonight. Dallas.
Lots that we're seeing tonight, as you see those numbers at 52 and 35, and we are getting a sense of where this night may be going. What are we making of the numbers and some of the ridings that we maybe predicted and maybe did not?
Yeah, look, I think the math was always going to be hard for the NDP. They've done a good job investing in the ground game, and you're seeing that in ridings that are going to be competitive. But in a change election, Dwayne, as we've talked about, you got to be running away with some of these ridings. They can't just be close.
Well, and we knew that Battleground Calgary was going to be here. Right now, the UCP is leading in 15 out of 26 ridings. Yep. The NDP had to win Calgary and win by a fair bit, and they're losing Calgary. Now, they're doing better in Calgary, I think, from a popular vote, better than they even did in 2015. Correct. But it's seat count, and they're up against the UCP that's probably going to win 14 or 15 seats in Calgary.
It's been a lot of hard work, and again, I attribute it to the positive messaging. I attribute it to the change that happened during the debate. We've seen a real shift over here over the last few days. I certainly felt it when we were talking to people. So we're still waiting for everything to come in, so it's hard to give any specific analysis.
How is the donut doing right now around Edmonton? I know that was
I haven't had a chance to see those numbers at this point. I think there's still a few tight races over there.
Right.
Yeah, I think we were hoping to see that Strathcona Sherwood Park seat between Glubish and Bill Tanita, that we would have pulled that out and doing better than we are. It's still very tight. But I think there's a number of ridings even in Calgary that our hope, or the NDP's hope, was that we would be much further ahead, and that a couple would be close, but not nearly as close to what they have. And then, of course, the seat like Banff Kananaskis that was lost to the UCP was another disappointing outcome.
Any other surprises that you've seen tonight, Jason?
No, I think what piggybacking off of Leila's comments, it's the narrative, right? There's going to be a lot of analysis on what we're seeing right here, as clearly there was this momentum building. There's this contentious sort of nature between the advertising and everything like that. But because these are so in the weeds and close ridings, it's hard to form a narrative about what's really sticking things up for the NDP, where they felt confident, and what's really propelling the UCP over some real challenges that they've had with either candidates, narratives, and internal party discourse.
And if you look at the donut, they grabbed Sherwood Park, they won St. Albert, but those ridings are similar to Edmonton. What they needed to get were sort of the suburban rural ridings, the Morinville St. Albert, which they did not, the Strathcona Sherwood Park that they did not. And so those are some of the problems.
We're going to leave it there. There's a buzz in the room right now. We can certainly feel it. Linda and Scott, we will throw it back to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dallas. And we do have breaking news.
And this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Here is your breaking news. Global News is projecting the United Conservative Party will form the next government, and it will be a majority government.
We now know that Danielle Smith will lead the province, making her the third female premier in Alberta's history.
And here is a live look right now as they are getting the news. At least some of the people there at UCP headquarters in Calgary. Big cheer from the crowd, as you can see. Hopefully they're watching us on Global News here, and they're just disseminating that news among the crowd there with news of the party's victory tonight. There you go.
Yeah,
a lot of happy faces in that building tonight. All right, let's go live now to UCP headquarters in Calgary for some reaction to this win.
All right, Joel, no word yet if Danielle Smith is coming in a big blue truck, but I'm sure we will be seeing her come in shortly for an acceptance speech.
Yeah, we're going to wait and see. You heard the crowd cheer behind us. We're calling it majority UCP government. Rob Breckenridge, Chorus radio host. What's your takeaway here?
Yeah, it was certainly leaning in this direction for a while. Even, we just had the early results. Things started to trickle in. We weren't seeing a lot of change, so it certainly seemed to be building to this. And we're now at a point where that's definitely where it's headed. So we'll see which side of 50 it ends up on. We'll see how solid this majority is. Is this enough for Danielle Smith to say, look, we've got a mandate. I'm the leader. Let's all unite behind this government. And what do we see from Rachel Notley? How did the NDP feel about some gains, for sure, but still falling short in this election?
What are you hoping to hear from Danielle Smith when she delivers her victory speech later tonight?
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how conciliatory it is and what how much humility we see here, because they certainly have lost seats going into this election. They've lost some cabinet ministers along the way. So, recognizing that they did get a bit of a rap on the knuckles from the voters, but nonetheless have been entrusted with another majority here.
All right, there you have it. UCP headquarters about to be a party here in downtown Calgary. We'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Joel and Rob. And yes, we do expect to start hearing from the leaders, Rachel Notley, soon, and then we will hear from Danielle Smith.
All right, let's go back to David Aiken at the results board with a better sense of how we got here tonight. David.
How we got here? Well, most of Alberta is blue, and here's 2019. Most of Alberta was blue. But, of course, the races were in Edmonton. 2019, this is what Edmonton looked like. 2023, it's a little more orange. Edmonton Southwest, Sherwood Park. Again, I'll give it to them a little slower. There's 2019. There's 2023. But really, it all came down to Calgary as we knew about it. Here's what Calgary looks like now. There is substantially more New Democratic ridings in Calgary. Here's 2019. When we saw just 3 New Democrat ridings. 2023, more, but not enough. The UCP blue wall held mostly in the northwest right now, certainly in the southeast. The UCP holding on to as much as they needed to and not much more in Calgary, and the NDP just couldn't push over that wall to try and attract more formerly conservative voters, and as a result, the NDP are in opposition for the next 4 years, and the UCP is in the government side of the house for the next 4 years.
All right, thanks very much, David. Yeah, interesting stuff shaping up here because, while the UCP has just won a majority government, not an incredible performance given that they've lost 11 seats since the 2019 vote. The NDP has gained 11 seats since the 2019 vote, but it simply wasn't enough tonight.
Enough for a majority, but we'll go to Dallas Flexog because we've been talking throughout the night about the path to power. We're interested to hear what our panel has to say about, now that we know we have a majority UCP government that Global News is projecting, what their thoughts are on the future. What do we know about the path forward and what this government will look like?
Well, Linda Scott, I'll just set the stage for you that this room again is buzzing with the call coming in now. We've heard some chants of UCP, and the mandate that this room was hoping for. We are expected now to hear a concession speech from NDP leader Rachel Notley, and then a victory speech from Danielle Smith, who should be here at some point in the evening. But what did this come down to then tonight, Dwayne? What are we seeing in these results?
I think it shows the conservative brand, particularly in rural Alberta, in Calgary, is still extremely strong. The NDP underperformed than what they thought in Calgary and really barely made a dent in rural Alberta. And you combine that with a rebounding economy, that is really tough to defeat. And the NDP cut into the lead. They gained seats. But to defeat a conservative government in good economic times, that's tough to do.
Darren, I know the path to power for the NDP was an uphill battle, and the party knew that. Can you take a positive away from gaining 11 seats, or is that just not what was the goal here?
No, I think, the goal definitely was forming government. Nobody's running for second place. But what I will say is that I know the team is incredibly proud that they ran a very, very strong campaign, gained a number of seats. And in fact, I still think that some of the seats that are too close to call right now, some will break for the NDP. And so the seat count will be closer to, I think, a high 30s, even maybe hitting a 40 mark. meaning that it's going to be a much different legislature. Obviously disappointing for the NDP not forming government, but again, I know that that they will feel that they've broken through in a lot of places, picking up many more seats in Calgary, and again, you know, the results will continue to pour in, but it was a tight election, and I'm sure that we'll be analyzing it throughout the rest of the evening and in the weeks to come of what that means.
Yeah, Jason, what do you make of where we go from here and what you're seeing?
Well, look, I think, you know, the tools of politics are quite blunt. You knock doors, you make phone calls, you raise a bunch of money. But also in this election, the campaign narratives matter. And what the parties and the leaders were saying at a central level played a huge role. It wasn't just about, you know, little policy here, policy there. It wasn't just about the work that was being done. If there's anything to read in here, it was that the NDP did have, I think, in my opinion, a weak message in the macro level of the campaign. Danielle Smith kind of remained tunnel visioned on what she was going to do, you know, take this party that was built in Jason Kenney's image and almost adopt the same messaging on the economy, on Alberta's future, and remained very disciplined for the campaign period, specifically getting the arena deal done, all of those kinds of things that made a lot of Conservative voters feel comfortable, even though we know many of them were not in that leadership election. I think the weakness of the NDP campaign at the macro level may have been what didn't carry over some of these candidates here tonight, not their ground game.
What's your assessment, Leila?
I'll go back I'll circle back to what I said at the very beginning. There is only so much that an attack campaign can accomplish. And I've seen it over and over again. It doesn't matter. There's a lot to talk about. There was certainly enough, you know, material on all sides and records to look at from the past in order to be able to talk about. But Albertans deeply care about each other. They deeply care about their neighbors. They care about the economy, and they care about the economy because they want to take care of each other. They care about their social programs. They care about hospitals. They care about education, all of those things. And they want to know what you can bring to the table, what those solutions are. The attack ads are effective up until a certain point, and then after that, it becomes an issue of whether or not a person actually can talk about their record, who they are at their core, bring that forward as a legislator, or if that's going to be if you're vying for the position of opposition, then that's the position that you're going to get. But if you have the grace and the fortitude to acknowledge your mistakes, be able to move forward and show your work along the way, aside from the attack campaigns, I think there's a much better opportunity for a win.
Well, now that we have the call, there is so much we could be talking about right now. What to expect from both speeches, what can we expect from both leaders, starting with Rachel Notley and the NDP. Does she stay on? What we could see in cabinet. Do you want to tackle any of those? Because they're huge topics, and where do we go?
On cabinet, we knew that there were cabinet ministers who didn't run again, Travis Taves, Sonia Savage, and a number of them lost their jobs tonight. Right, Jason Copping went down, Nick Milliken went down, Casey Madhu went down, and Tyler Shandro and Rajan Sawhney and Nathan Newdorf, they're in tough battles. Yep. So it will look a very different cabinet than what we saw before. I was worried about governance, and I've talked about the worry of governance, whoever won, but with the UCP winning Calgary and winning rural, they got 2/3 of the province, but they're absent in Edmonton, and they're even absent in some of the suburbs of Edmonton. That will be a challenge for the UCP.
How will Danielle Smith then serve the city of Edmonton?
I immediately, off the top of my head, I think of Cyril Turton, Dale Nally, around in the donut to be able to serve. They're close enough, I think, to understand and to be able to listen. And there's going to be a strong opposition that is very much in tune with what's happening in Edmonton. I don't think that it's going to go quietly into the night without any representation. The voters have spoken tonight. The voter is the powerful person. It's the only reason any of us get to serve. So we have to listen to people whether they voted for us or not.
What I will say is that in the last 4 years, I know that the Edmonton business community and Edmonton has felt neglected by the UCP government. And that was even with Casey Madhu having a cabinet position and all of these MLAs that had the surrounding donut seats. And so I'm positive that this is on the minds of many business community leaders in Edmonton. How will this new UCP government ensure that Edmonton is treated fairly equally to an extent to Calgary. I mean, it is the capital city. It is the second largest city. And I think that is something that Danielle Smith and the UCP government's going to have to answer very early on.
And Danielle, we're seeing some cheers in the audience, and I just want to clarify that Calgary Pagan has now been called for UCP and Tanya first. So again, more of these results are coming in. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay. And I think it's a fair comment, because any time that you have, and this is a humble win, right, compared to where we were 4 years ago, and that just opens the door to a lot more in-depth conversations and building your presence in Edmonton. Again, I feel that there's so much opportunity to be able to do that, and I've heard Danielle on multiple occasions speak to that exactly. So I hope to see that happen.
Danielle Smith got her mandate. This is what she was hoping for, and a majority government. Yep. So what are her next steps? Because we know her Bill 1 is all focused on taxpayer.
Great bill.
Well, even before we get to the bills, they're going to make a speech tonight, right?
Yep.
And I think you opened the door earlier. What are those speeches going to look like? I'll start with Rachel Notley. It's premature to think about what the future is going to look like, but that's going to be a tough speech to make. 2 consecutive losses after being the premier is going to be a tough pill to swallow. And Danielle Smith, we were here for the UCP leadership election when she gave a very optimistic speech about going forward, veered into some off-brand issues. She's been a little bit more disciplined as of late, but this is the mandate. This is the vision now. And despite the fact that it's a humble win, I fully suspect her to think of it as a very, very big win and not acknowledge that nuance whatsoever. But she will have to speak to the rest of Albertans. Those videos aren't going away. People being a little bit mistrusting of her is not going to go away. Some of those candidates may have bandied about and said, I'm not, with Danielle on these issues and these issues and these issues, but she is now the premier. How she frames and brings a big blue tent all around is going to be an interesting balance tonight here in this room.
And what do you make about what we might see out of Rachel Notley and the NDP party going forward from here? Because they did pick up seats. Is there a chance that Rachel Notley stays on, or are you expecting something different?
I don't know if we'll hear that tonight, but it's obviously going to be a conversation the NDP is going to have. Because, yes, they did gain seats. They got, 43, 44% of the vote. They've got 35 seats. It may rise to 36, 37 seats. But this was also a winnable election. And as a leader, we've seen in the history of Canada, you lose an election, that's it. She was given a second opportunity. I don't think she's going to stick around for long. Whether that's tonight, whether that's a month from now, 6 months from now, she will step down.
Darren, you spent 10 years with the NDP and you volunteered on this campaign. So what are you hearing from your people in your camp about tonight?
Well, I think it's mixed emotions. So again, people are proud of the campaign that the NDP ran. It was a strong campaign. The party gained more than 10 seats. Which, again, when I think back to when I was first elected,
you were going
we went from
2 to 4.
and that was, we doubled our seat count. So a substantial gain, obviously a disappointing loss not to form government. But I think, Rachel's speech, she's been very, very focused on this campaign. I'm very confident we won't hear anything about her future. Other than thanking the volunteers and the thousands of Albertans who place their trust in the NDP. I mean, you still have the largest opposition in Alberta's history elected tonight. And so I think it'll be obviously a conciliatory speech, but one that is just focused on a strong opposition, what we did accomplish. And I think, the other conversations around what does the future look like will come up in due course.
Let's talk about the strongest opposition in Alberta's history then. Is it going to be difficult to get things done, or is this enough of a spread that we will see?
Oh, this is a good enough spread,
yeah.
Right? This isn't the 46-41 scenario. They're going to have 50 seats. That's going to be sufficient to get things done. This is a comfortable majority.
Good enough. We're going to have to leave it there. I'll throw it back to you, Linda and Scott.
Thanks, Dallas, and to our panel. And for our viewers and radio listeners, we are keeping an eye on Rachel Notley and the NDP headquarters. We understand that she will be speaking shortly. So we want to bring in David Aitken to ask you, what are you expecting to hear tonight?
Well, actually, I think that was some pretty wise comments. I think it was Darren made it or Dwayne, I'm not sure. But she's absolutely going to want to thank her supporters, thank the Albertans that voted for her. But I think when you're at 35 seats and you've increased that much, she gets the right to say when when and if she wants to leave, if she wants to. I don't really see a leadership contender in the background. We may think of certain names, high-profile critics like Shannon Phillips, et cetera, and so on. But she's very popular, not only in the Alberta NDP, she's popular in the rest of the country with New Democrats in BC, in Ottawa, you name it. So I think for sure she's got the right to decide her own future. And really tonight we'll be thanking people and thanking some of the new Democrats like Luann Metz in Calgary Varsity that are now going to join that caucus.
So we talk about a UCP victory, but in the same breath, and you were just mentioning the number of seats that they've lost tonight, a lot of those are cabinet ministers, or at least the ones that appear that they may lose.
Right, and again, I'm not in front of my board, so I can't look at Tyler Shandro in Calgary Acadia, but last I looked, he was one of the ministers that was losing. We have Milliken, Copping, Jeremy Nixon, Casey Madu. There we go, Calgary Acadia, yeah, so that's 68 votes that Batten is up. There's Calgary Klein, Jeremy Nixon, 30 votes behind Lizette Tiada. And I love our producing staff is so on the ball. Thank you, Luann Metz. That's where I was going next. Calgary Varsity, Jason Copping, the health minister. Edmonton Southwest, there's one deputy premier, Casey Madu, who is behind. Lethbridge East, they're just so sharp up at the control room. They saw it coming. Deputy Premier Nathan Neudorf. Now, he has come ahead now. So that's the last we looked. Rob Miyashiro was ahead. So maybe one deputy premier gets in. But you get the point. Right. Is some senior people, some big hitters at the cabinet table aren't going to be at the cabinet table. So Danielle Smith is going to have some thinking to do about how she wants things. If I was going to ask, I'd be interested in the panel's thoughts on this. Brian Jean's star, I think, has risen because he definitely helped back up Danielle Smith. He was the face of the party, as he was called the secondary tour. He was definitely out there talking up the party, and he was doing it in Calgary. He wasn't up in Fort Mac. He was down in Calgary for a big part of the campaign.
Yeah, so we know we're keeping an eye on Rachel Notley entering the room to give her speech tonight. And you had said before, David, that although it's not in their name, this is a united NDP. So with numbers like this, you said she's got the floor. She can do what she wants in this leadership role.
Yeah, I think absolutely she does. And New Democrats, for a long time, Darren Billis was mentioning when he was 2 to 4. There was a time when Rachel Notley, 2008, yes. So 2008, there was Jack Layton. Remember the NDP universe at the time? There was Jack Layton, and that's sort of where the NDP the NDP constellation was about that in Canada. And then when Layton died, Tom Mulcair was there, but he sort of flustered. The NDP constellation moved to Rachel Notley. I could tell you, there's a lot of people in her back room. Okay, there we see the leader right there. A lot of people in her advisors, her chiefs of staff, her former chief of staff, Anne McGrath. What's Anne McGrath doing right now? Running the federal NDP. So Rachel Notley has attracted a lot of talent that is now working for New Democrats in other parts of the country. That's a significant legacy on her.
And there we see, once again, a live shot of Rachel Notley at her headquarters, the Westin Hotel in downtown Edmonton, shaking hands and speaking with supporters as she makes her way to the stage to make a concession speech. Obviously, she didn't want to make tonight. She would much rather be making an acceptance and victory speech, but unfortunately, that is the case for the NDP. Still
That's
picking
a pretty quick walk to the stage.
It was. I was thinking I'd have to be talking a lot longer than that, but there she is waving to the crowd. Not a total loss for the party tonight, picking up 11 seats. Actually 10 now. The numbers just changed from the 2019 election, but there is Rachel Notley, downtown Edmonton, ready to address the crowd.
She's about to speak, so I don't want to get you started here, David, so we'll listen in to Rachel Notley.
Thank you so much, Jody, for that wonderful, wonderful introduction. And by the way, congratulations, Jody. Friends, obviously tonight I come before you with mixed emotions. On one hand, I feel tremendous gratitude and pride in the people of Alberta and those who stood up and put their support behind building a better future. As a movement, we have grown our support in every corner of this province. I'm very pleased that we will be welcoming at least 10 more MLAs to our caucus. you will form part of the largest official opposition this province has ever seen in its history. And that as a party, we earned the largest percentage of the popular vote in our party's history. So we have achieved tremendous growth and opportunity for our future and for the values that we all share. However, tonight, I also know that we are all very deeply disappointed in the overall result. We had all hoped for a different one. Moments ago, I called Premier Danielle Smith to concede the race, and I congratulated her party on their victory. To all those of you, to those who offered their unwavering support, their dedication, and their belief in our vision for Alberta in this election, you are the reason that we fight for what we believe in. And to our candidates all across this province, congratulations on your campaigns, successful or not. You have all demonstrated tremendous leadership. I have spent the last few months being so inspired by your dedication, by your heartfelt commitment to standing up for Albertans without a voice, for your honest belief that we can and will come together to be better. I commend your integrity and your perseverance and your unparalleled work ethic. And I will never, ever, ever stop being deeply grateful for your decision to join our team. So thank you to all of you. And to those new MLAs, I say to you, welcome, congratulations. Get some rest tonight and then get ready to get right back down to work. To my amazing, amazing campaign team, I can't say enough. They are unparalleled in the work and the achievement that they have and that they have done, across the country. They are just unparalleled in their skill. I cannot thank that team enough, and I cannot thank as well our incredible volunteers enough. Your commitment, your hard work, your countless hours of effort have been the absolute backbone of our campaign. You've all shown incredible dedication and passion, and I am forever grateful for your support. And I need to say this as well. Where we fell short, the responsibility rests entirely with me. That's fine. That's the joys of being the leader. It's fine. It's a thing. It's part of responsibility and accountability. Those are things we care about here. But I do know that at the same time, we ran a strong, principled campaign, and it was based on our beliefs. And it was based on our desire to create a better future for all Albertans. To my family, these guys, thank you to the four of you for standing by me in this often very crazy journey. Thank you to Ethan and to Sophie for accepting the difference that it has been meaning in their lives for all this time and ultimately turning it into their own pride and their own set of beautiful values that make me very proud. And thank you again. Seem like I'm doing this every 4 years. Thank you again to Lou, my lifelong sounding board.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, give it a rest.
Anywho, lifelong sounding board, sparring partner, and apparently personal cheerleader, but also occasionally for me, all wrapped up into one. And also, Lou, thank you very much for mopping the kitchen floor today. That was awesome. I love you all so much. Now, although we did not achieve the outcome that we wanted, we did take a major towards it. The unprecedented growth of our party through this campaign is a warm light, one that gives me a lot of optimism for the work to come. My friends, let me be clear, now is not the time to let up. Now is the time to step up. Now is the time for us to do the work that has been asked of us. It is my honor to serve as your leader, and it is my privilege to continue to serve as leader of the official opposition. Our values will be represented in the legislature. We will have a say in the future of this great province. We will continue to speak up on behalf of Albertans who struggle to have their voice heard. We will fight for better health care, better education, better jobs. And my friends, we will be unequivocal in our demand for respect for the rule of law and an unqualified belief in the human rights and basic dignity of all Albertans. The challenges we face, the challenges facing Alberta, economic, environmental, social, they all require dedication and determination. And we will bring that to Alberta's legislature tirelessly. We will never stop working to rebuild our public health care, to support the well-being of our communities, to protect our mountains, our pensions, and our kids' education, all while ensuring we have an economy that works for absolutely all Albertans. So to all Albertans, we will be your voice when this government refuses to listen. And one small message to Danielle Smith and to the members of her new caucus, I say this. If we had won, because, you know, inside piece of information here, I actually had 2 speeches drafted for tonight. If we had won, our commitment was to do everything that we could to move past division and to govern for the vast majority of Albertans, to be practical and pragmatic and to listen to all voices. So I am asking you to remember the majority of Albertans tonight and to commit to a government that prioritizes the need and aspirations of all Albertans. So in conclusion tonight, my friends, I just want to say I am so proud of the work that every single solitary member of our movement, of this NDP, has done over the last 4 weeks. Together, we fought passionately for a better future, and I am so very, very proud to be the leader of this party. Thank you all very much. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank
Rachel
you.
Notley, Alberta's official opposition leader, staking her claim, making her intentions clear. She intends to stay on as the official opposition leader. She was very emotional at points, David Aiken, but then became very passionate, talking about how she feels about the people who've decided to join her party and that the work is far from over.
She is campaigning for 2027, I guess is the next one. What is the line she had there? Now is the time. Now is not the time to let up. Now is the time to step up. And she says she's stepping up, and she's going to be the opposition leader for the foreseeable future. Again, I do not know of, nor do I see anybody waiting in the wings to say, no, you're not, Ms. Notley. I want your job.
Obviously disappointed in that speech, but also said she had gratitude and pride. She thanked her team. She said she was inspired by her volunteers and her candidates. I thought one of the most interesting points, and the crowd kind of audibly sighed when she said this, was she did personally take responsibility for this loss, saying that where they fell short in this campaign, that fell on her own shoulders. So what did you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, all leaders do that. And we've seen leaders over the years look crushed, look elated. Politics can be a rough sport. And that's what I also admire about Rachel Notley in this instance. Yes, she was a bit emotional, I think, recognizing the strength of having her family there on stage. And you have to have that support in her line of work. But on the other hand, she's very much a fighter. And I think that's what New Democrats like about Rachel Notley is, after she got over the huggy, feely, touchy stuff, she's right back with a campaign speech. We should point out what Rachel Notley was trying to do, very rare, to be premier, be opposition leader, and then try to be premier again. The last time that happened was 1980 when Pierre Trudeau lost to Joe Clark in '79, sat as opposition leader, and then 8 months later, we all remember that, those of us of a certain age, came back and became the PM again. That just doesn't happen. Usually you're one and done, or in this case, she's two, and will she get another chance? She thinks she wants another chance.
We'll wait and see. Yeah, and we understand that Danielle Smith will be speaking very soon, so we're going to go to that right away. One of the things that Rachel Notley also said was she really stressed and celebrated that this is the largest official opposition in Alberta's history. So while it's a loss and there's heartbreak and we saw tears in Rachel Notley's eyes, this is a celebration as well to where they're going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to snicker. Largest official opposition. Okay, it's a majority government. Again, I go back to other New Democrat times when Jack Layton won 100 seats in the federal party. Whoopee. But Stephen Harper had a majority. It really didn't matter how big the opposition is when you have a majority government. But, good in that sense. You've got to look for, I guess, the silver linings in a bit of a gray cloud, and I guess that's one of them. So I guess we're down at UCP headquarters, and that's what you're seeing on the screen. And soon we will see Danielle Smith now elected premier, not just inheriting it as the leader of the UCP.
Well, David, if you had to give the NDP, campaign a grade, what would you say? I mean, they did, as the numbers sit right now, gain 11 seats. Obviously, it wasn't enough to form government, but, how would you grade the performance?
I don't know. I guess probably, a B at least. I think you've heard our panel talk about this. The negative ads work to a point, and then you need to put something in the window. And I think, maybe they have to go back and take a look at campaign strategy. Did we need to raise corporate taxes? As the NDP has said, it was still raising to the lowest rate in the country. I get that, but that was something the UCP really seized on to talk about their strength with just taxes. Maybe if the NDP had put their tax policy in the window or something right away in the campaign, I'm just guessing what some of the thinking will be as they go through that particular thing. So a B. It was a better campaign in this sense too. I'll be very interested in looking at the advance poll numbers. Historically, conservative parties, it doesn't matter the province, do better on advance poll on ground game. And I know both campaign managers who both come out of the Harper-Layton area on each side, and they both stress finding votes, databases. They both stress very similar methods to success. One, Steve Outhouse is the UCP campaign manager, Newfoundlander, and he came into the province and was hired by Danielle Smith to do just what he did tonight. So congrats to him. Nate Rotman is the campaign manager on the NDP side, and he'd probably want another week.
This is a live shot of the Calgary UCP headquarters, and we're just waiting for Danielle Smith to arrive. We know it will be momentarily.
I can tell you, Tyler Shandro, I'm getting it in my ear. Back in the lead in Acadia. Things are popping in. Casey Madhu, we have projected defeated now in Southwest. Nathan Newdorf ahead in Lethbridge East. So some of these close races, maybe that's what Danielle Smith is doing. She's checking out to see what's going on in Acadia.
Well, yeah, we should remind viewers.
Does she still have a justice minister?
We should remind viewers, as we were just talking about, concession speech, we'll have a victory speech here in a moment. There are still a number of these ridings that are too close to call, and we may not have called by the time we go off the air tonight.
This speech is obviously, I think, is the more interesting one because, as Rachel Notley said at the end of her speech, in her victory speech, had she been able to deliver a victory speech, she would have been talking about reaching out to those who did not vote NDP. Danielle Smith, I think, same thing, needs to reach out to people who did not vote for her. You can't heal a division unless both parties are ready to sort of do something about that. She did lose. She has a smaller caucus than she did when the night started. I think she has to acknowledge that. But then, yeah, I think this is where I'm certain this is where she says, I need to govern for all Albertans.
But some of those losses that you were talking about were cabinet ministers. So do you see some people who could have the potential to step into those roles?
I'm trying to think. They have a couple of new MLAs Eric Bouchard down in Lougheed, for example. I don't know the background as well as all of them. Typically, you want someone, when you're forming a cabinet, Danielle Smith, first of all, is from the south of the province. And typically, the way premiers in this province do it, you'll want the finance minister from the north end of the province. Usually it's like Calgary and Edmonton or vice versa. That's why I mentioned Brian Jean as a potential finance minister. He obviously is from one of the more northern ridings. But that is some bench strength that might be missing. I mean, to run through it, Milliken, Copping, Jeremy Nixon is on the bubble. Shandro is about 6 votes up. Newdorf is up a bit. Madhu is defeated. And that's the other point. Nobody in Edmonton. From the provincial capital, there is going to be no cabinet representation. That is something that Danielle Smith's going to have to think about as well.
We'll talk about this, David. I mean, agree or disagree with her policies, no matter how you feel about Danielle Smith. This is remarkable, given where she was just a few years ago in her own political career, right? Yeah. We're talking about a woman who built the Wild Rose Party essentially from scratch, became leader, was at a very tight election at that point in time, ended up losing to Alison Redford. Crosses the floor in an absolutely dramatic, stunning turn of events, right? Then loses her own riding nomination for the Progressive Conservatives. Who'd have thought then that she would be Premier of Alberta now? I mean, it's remarkable what she's been able to accomplish
We
tonight.
started this show tonight with your video presentation, your retrospective. I remember, gosh, Danielle Smith, she hasn't aged that much. She still looks pretty youthful 10 years ago. But when she said in 2012, we played that little clip in your piece where she said, well, I guess you're going to have to wait a little longer. Yeah, took a decade and a bit. There you go. But remarkable that sort of circumference, that sort of journey can happen. So congratulations to Danielle Smith on that front. But as I said, she did lose some key cabinet ministers, but yep, I'd be all smiles too.
And she's entering the room.
Could have been a lot worse tonight. That's for sure.
Absolutely, all smiles. She is not driving in a big blue truck. We joke, we reference that, but of course that is how Jason Kenney entered the room.
Speaking of Jason Kenney turns 55 years old tomorrow.
Oh.
Yes, I don't know where he is
Is that
tonight.
a birthday present?
I'm not sure if it's a gift or not, but
not sure about that. But
I'm sure he's still supportive of the party no matter who's
she did take over what he built. Right. Kenny did unite that Conservative Party. She's inherited it. It hasn't blown up yet. That's saying something. It may yet blow up again, but she's in charge for now.
All right, big cheers certainly at UCP headquarters. Let's listen in to what Danielle Smith has to say.
Oh, boy. Thank you. Oh, thank you, my dear friends. Thank you so much. Well, to paraphrase our dear friend Ralph Klein, welcome to another miracle on the prairies. My friends, this was the very definition of a hard-fought election. We faced the most expensive, fierce, and coordinated opposition in third-party political campaigns in provincial history. Now, Many folks wrote us off, even just as recently as last month. But you know what happened? Despite it all, today, Albertans chose to move our province forward by re-electing a strong, stable, united, conservative majority government. Now, this victory would not have been possible without the incredible work of so many. And thank you to our amazing campaign team, to our party and campaign volunteers, and to every single one of you that donated your time and your resources to this campaign. You all made the difference. And thank you. Thank you. A special thanks to all of our UCP candidates and their spouses, families, and campaign teams for your tremendous work and sacrifice. Regardless of whether you won or lost individually tonight, you made a difference for Alberta, and you will always be part of our UCP team. So thank you. I'd also like to thank the great people of Brooks Medicine Hat once again. Yes. You've entrusted me with the responsibility of representing and advocating for your interests, and I am honored and humbled. I'm indebted to you and to all the volunteers, and I will continue fighting for you as your MLA. Thank you, Brooks Medicine Hat. And of course, thank you to my dear husband, David. Thank you so much, honey, for supporting me, for sacrificing so much of our time together so I can serve our province in this special way. Thank you so much for all that you do. Well, my friends, the election is now over. It is time to put partisanship, division, and personal and political attacks in the rearview mirror. It's time to move forward together as all Albertans, no matter who we voted for. And on that note, Rachel Notley called me earlier to concede the election with honor and with dignity. We all know about our differences of opinion, but I believe that Rachel Notley is a loyal Albertan who loves this province as much as I or anyone else. Yeah. And she is deserving of respect and kindness and gratitude for the thousands of hours she has sacrificed to serve our democracy. And I hope you'll join me in genuinely thanking her for her public service. And just as I would like to thank the hundreds of thousands of Albertans who voted for the UCP today, I want to speak for a moment to every Albertan who did not. I want you to know that my oath is to serve all Albertans, no matter how you voted. And though I didn't do enough in your judgment to win your support in this election, I will work every day to listen, to improve, and to demonstrate to you that I can be trusted to improve on the issues that you care so deeply about. Now, I won't be perfect, of course. We all know that. But when I make a mistake, I will listen, correct course, and learn from it so that I can improve and become a better leader. And so I invite all Albertans, regardless of who you supported in this election, to reach out to me with your ideas and your concerns and your questions. That feedback that you give me, positive and negative, helps make our UCP caucus and I to make better decisions. And that is what a healthy democracy is all about. Now, before I go further, I think it's important tonight to recognize the courageous sacrifice and efforts of our firefighters and other first responders who are fighting and winning the battle against forest fires across our province. I'd ask all of us to stand here and applaud our heroes of Alberta. That is what Alberta is all about. We look after each other. We take care of each other, and we must remember that there is much more that unites us than divides us. And we will need to be unified in the days and years ahead because there's so much work to do together. For example, we need to make sure that you and your family keep more of your money for the things that you need, especially during this time of high inflation. We have to make sure that our communities and streets are safe again for our families and our businesses. And And we have to keep powering and diversifying our amazing economy. And I want to tell every business owner and investor listening tonight, whether doing business inside or outside of Alberta, we are throwing our doors wide open for businesses, large and small. To make this province a home for your business and its employees. Enjoy the benefits of the Alberta tax advantage and bring your jobs and investments here, because you are both welcomed and valued. And to demonstrate that, the first bill of our government in the legislative session in the fall will be to guarantee that unless Albertans say otherwise by referendum, the only direction business and personal taxes are headed in this province is down. Because we know that when businesses thrive, people thrive. And when we grow our economy, we attract the best and brightest from all over the world, and we want that. We have built the most powerful economy and diverse population in the country on the principles of free enterprise, entrepreneurship, and economic growth. Let's not ever forget that, and let's not ever change that. We also need to ensure that our healthcare and education systems are the best in the world. Not simply adequate, not middle of the pack, the very best in the world. And that means we need to study the best systems and practices around the world and improve upon the strong foundation that we've built here. But it also means empowering our doctors and nurses, teachers, and other frontline professionals, along with feedback from patients and parents, to innovate and improve in these areas every single day. So I'm asking healthcare and education professionals tonight. I'm also asking parents and patients to work with me and the UCP caucus to build a healthcare system and an education system that are models for the entire world. I know we can do this together, and I am here to listen and to work alongside of you. And finally, my fellow Albertans, we need to come together, no matter how we have voted, to stand shoulder to shoulder against soon-to-be announced Ottawa policies that would significantly harm our provincial economy. Now, we have been made aware that in the coming weeks, Justin Trudeau is planning on bringing forward new restrictions on electricity generation from natural gas that will not only massively increase your power bills, but will also endanger the integrity and reliability of our entire power grid, which we rely on during our cold and dark Alberta winters. In addition, the Prime Minister is already ready to introduce a de facto production cap on our oil and gas sector that, if implemented, will result in tens of thousands of jobs lost, tens of billions in lost investment, damage our province's fiscal position, and bring economic hardship to Albertans. Now, I've made myself clear on this matter to the Prime Minister in person and in public, but I feel we need to do it again. Well, hopefully the Prime Minister and his caucus are watching tonight. But let me be clear, this is not a road we can afford to go down. If he persists, he will be hurting Canadians from coast to coast, and he will strain the patience and goodwill of Albertans in an unprecedented fashion. And as Premier, I cannot, under any circumstances, allow these contemplated federal policies to be inflicted upon Albertans. I simply can't, and I won't. Minister to instead halt the introduction of these harmful policies and come to the table in good faith to work collaboratively with Alberta on an energy and emissions strategy that will both grow the Alberta and Canadian economies while using the export of Alberta LNG and emerging technologies to achieve meaningful reductions in emissions. Because when Canadians work together, there is no challenge that we can't overcome. I believe that, but it takes two parties acting in good faith to build that meaningful partnership. Now, Alberta is willing to be that partner. And we need our federal government to show it is willing to partner in good faith as well. And now is the time to do so. We are waiting. So in closing, my friends, tonight is a time for celebration. We celebrate, We celebrate the candidates that won their election races and the efforts of those who did not. We celebrate the commitment to democracy of all volunteers and supporters, regardless of party affiliation. And we celebrate those who have sacrificed to secure and protect our right to vote and be a free and prosperous people. And we celebrate this beautiful province and all who live here. This uniquely special place where the best and brightest come from every corner of the world to join us in building one of the greatest places on earth to live and work and raise our families, and where the only things that are larger than our mountains is the compassion and irrepressible spirit of our people. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, Alberta, and may our province remain forever strong and free.
All right, you have been listening to Danielle Smith. You saw the confetti coming down on the stage there as well, as she thanked her supporters, said she was humbled and honored and indebted to people who voted for her, and called this the miracle on the prairies at the top of her speech there, claiming victory tonight, and once again heading back to the legislature as Premier of Alberta.
Yeah, and we are winding down our coverage tonight. So, David, we're going to give you the last final thoughts on what we heard there. That was quite something.
Yeah, it was alternately very nice to hear her thank Rachel Notley, nice to hear her reach out to all Albertans. Very odd to hear the declaration of war against the federal government in her first minutes on the job, but oh well, that's about it. Anyways, Danielle Smith, congratulations.
All right, thank you, David. Thanks to our whole team, and that is all we have for tonight.
Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. Take care.
Have a good night.
Tonight, close but not quite. The urgent holiday weekend work to get a debt ceiling deal. The Speaker and President speaking.